the bill is left pending. Before moving on to some other bills, I just want to point out there are 10 bills remaining. 10 bills remaining. Representative Hefner, I'm not calling you up. You are more senior, but if you're okay, Representative Allison has been sitting here patiently, so he's going to be up next. But if you find people saying what you were going to say or being duplicitous, if you just keep it short so we can get through all these bills. These are things, of course, that are important to us all. So just please think about that. Again, we are at 2 minutes limiting of testimony. That first little beep or alarm is a 15-second notice. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 3297 and recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Kane, members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3297, which relates to election integrity. It's under the title of in the election code under election fraud. I think one thing that we can all agree on, this is hopefully drafted in a way that it is a nonpartisan approach, something we should all agree on, that we need to have election integrity. And it's written and drafted with that in mind. It sets out conduct on page 2 of the bill constituting elements of election fraud. And I won't, in the interest of time, won't read those, but they're there for you. If we look back, I know some of our colleagues have been engaged in very close elections. Locally, I know there was a Republican that made it out of the primary into the runoff by 1 vote. In Iowa, a Democrat lost a congressional seat by 6 votes. I know that in my home area in San Antonio, there have been indictments for election fraud, for vote harvesting. Includes, I understand, an admission by one of the vote harvesters that she has manipulated over 100,000 votes, not in one election, but over a period of years. So I think the threat is real, and we have to recognize that, and that's why I think the importance of 3297 to address the situation in a uniform way. And importantly, it also includes making a violation a second-degree felony. I think we need to set the parameters, make it a priority, and show the detrimental effect and include a deterrence to engage in any type of election fraud. I don't think there's anything more fundamental to our democracy than our election system. And so I think it deserves that importance. I will stop there for now. If I can answer any questions and reserve my opportunity to close. I think there may be some witnesses.
Thank you, Representative Allison. Members, are there any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Vera.
Good evening, Representative. Just quickly, on Section 1 and 2, it specifies that a person can be prosecuted twice for a single offense. Am I reading that correctly?
No. What we found when we were putting this together, when I was putting this together, some of these situations are covered in different places in the election code and in the penal code. So that's what that's referring to, that if it's covered someplace else, it can be prosecuted or pursued under either section or both if it's applicable.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative, I think that's a great section. In fact, I stole that from you and put it in House Bill 6. So it was a good idea. Members, any other questions for the representative? Okay, thank you, Representative. We're going to move on to testimony. Okay, I'm going to call out 4 names, just to let you know you're on deck, all right? So it's going to be Robert Green, Bradley Hodges, Eugene Howard, Sarah Lebowitz. Mr. Green, I got you as Robert L. Green. Travis, you're here on behalf of the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee and yourself, and you were here to support this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct,
Please proceed.
Sorry, lost my place. What's that bill number again? What's the bill number? Sorry.
This bill is 3297.
3297. I'm sorry. My notebook closed and I lost my place. Well, I beg the committee's pardon. I just.
Mr. Green, you want to tell us you just think this is a great bill? Because you could do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
It is. I think it is a very good bill. I mean, every illegally cast vote that is counted cancels a legally cast vote that is also counted. Correct? I like the idea that we should there has to be a penalty for violations of the code. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Nobody cares. They insult you and say, hey, go sue me, But if we have something established in law that does provide a significant penalty for violations of our election code, for violations of process, or whether it be voting or counting or whatever, I think that it's important that we have something there such that election officials are instructed on what they can do, what they can't do. And if they know in advance, that makes it knowingly violating if they do violate the law in those cases. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Green? Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, was Bradley Hodges, Eugene Howard, or Sarah Leibowitz in the room? All right, I got you. Sarah Leibowitz, here on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union of Texas and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This bill, HB 3297, criminalizes participation in the election process in a way that will intimidate people from participating in different stages of the election. It contains a host of new and elevated criminal penalties. By amending Section 13.007 of the Election Code, it raises the existing criminal penalty from a Class B misdemeanor to a second-degree felony, the same category of crime that applies to arson, aggravated kidnapping, and murder committed in the heat of passion. By amending Section 276.013 of the Election Code, it increases the threat of serious prosecution, jail time, and fines for felony offenses for minor violations and innocent mistakes that are unclearly defined in the bill. For example, someone can be prosecuted for a second-degree felony if they put information that turns out to be false on a voter registration application or ballot. If a volunteer or voter assistant or even someone's child or neighbor helps them fill out a registration form or their ballot and makes an honest mistake, they could be prosecuted. Similarly, an election officer commits an offense that can be prosecuted as a felony if they cause an invalid vote to be counted. But the bill text does not have a clear requirement that the individual know that the vote is invalid when they count it. So an election officer just thinking they are following the rules could face significant jail time when in hindsight it's determined a vote was invalid. These provisions make routine election activities into serious crimes and will discourage participation in every aspect of the process. This is an example of voter suppression, and we oppose the bill.
Members, any questions for this witness? Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
I was alarmed by your testimony that accidentally causing a valid vote to be counted or not counted would be offense until I read the bill. And it actually is amending a section that starts, a person commits an offense if the person knowingly or intentionally makes an effort to. And then one of the things is have a valid vote count or an invalid vote not count. So actually, you were incorrect about that portion of the bill.
We'd be happy to have our legal team follow up with you on that and the legal implications.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you, ma'am. Your last call for Bradley Hodges or Eugene Howard. Okay. Next on deck, Dr. Candice Matthews and Elizabeth Miller. Candice Matthews or Elizabeth Miller, if you're here. Okay.
Hello, Elizabeth Miller.
Okay. Ms. Miller, one moment. Let's get it populated. All right, got you as Elizabeth Miller, here on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, and you are against this bill. Is that correct?
I am. Again, I don't want to argue about the details. Just want to ask the committee to please keep in mind. I have served on ballot board and signature verification committee, so I can speak to some experience on the process. And I see a lot of human error, and we're talking about reform, and there may very well be a lot of fraud. I don't know. So I hope you guys get rid of it to the extent it's there. But please keep in mind we're talking about this in the world's most, in this country we have the highest rate of incarceration in the world. Okay, so anytime you're adding a new criminal penalty or a new crime, please keep that in mind. And half of those people in this highest rate in the world are legally innocent, pre-trial. And a lot of those people are disproportionately minority and poor. So please, I know election fraud is important, but please keep that in mind when you guys are adding to the list of many, 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 many crimes that are already out there. I think if you go look at the code, call a criminal defense attorney, they'll tell you there's a lot of tools in the toolbox already, right? I submit that you don't really need more tools. Maybe more prosecution, maybe more prosecutors, maybe more investigators, I don't know, but you have the crimes, I submit. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Members, any questions? Thank you. Okay. At this stage, I will remind you, we still have 9 bills left, but so last call, Candice Matthews. Okay. All right, on deck, Scott O'Grady, Gerald Welty. I see Mr. O'Grady coming up. Howdy. Of course, I've got you down here as Scott O'Grady on behalf of Texans for Election Integrity and yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. I support HB 3297. Voter fraud and election fraud is theft at the highest level. The basis for our freedoms as Texans and as Americans is that each citizen has a voice, one vote in our representative government. When one vote is stolen or frauded, it is stealing another's freedom that affects their livelihood and diminishes their innate freedoms. In the history of our nation, over 1 million Americans have died on the battlefield to secure our right to vote. As a Purple Heart veteran who's been on the battlefield, I can personally testify that the right to vote is sacred, and it should be protected, especially by the Texas Legislature. I support HB 3297 that would recognize that the theft of any citizen's vote is a crime. As a poll watcher, I witnessed systematic voter fraud in Dallas County in early voting at 5 separate locations. Texans deserve free and fair elections. HB 3297 would help secure the freedoms of all Texas citizens. I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. O'Grady. Powerful testimony. One moment, though. So you believe this would help secure our elections?
Yes, sir, I do. The basis of our entire government is that each citizen has a voice in your representative government, and when one vote is stolen through fraud, which does occur, that is stealing innately from another person, and it's diminishing their freedoms and their livelihood. This is a very serious account, and the voter fraud that's going on is systematic. As a poll watcher, I witnessed at 5 separate locations 3 different ways of systematic voter fraud through the mail-in ballots, through people getting ballots in early voting that weren't even registered, and to people being coached inside the polling booth beyond just giving assistance. So the amount of fraud that's occurring, it's happening. And the only way you're going to stop it is by giving it a just penalty for what it truly is, and that is theft at the highest crime of our freedoms.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grady. Members, any questions? The chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Mr. O'Grady, those 5 incidents that you witnessed, were they reported?
Yes, I did. I actually submitted written reports through the Dallas County GOP through West Bowen.
And why wasn't it reported to the Attorney General, the local police authority?
I gave that over to the GOP county, Dallas County, to handle that.
And you haven't gotten an update on it?
I believe that West Bowen has already testified in front of your committee on all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice for this country.
Thank you.
All right, on deck, Gerald Welty, John Whitfield, Roxy D. Hall Williamson. All right, Mr. Welty, I got you down as Gerald Welty here on behalf of the Convention of States and yourself, and you're for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I can't say enough about the fraudulent activity in our voting system and what it's costing each member of this country. I was in the military. I retired from the military. I'd like to think that I was doing the best for my country, that I was fighting for the systems that we have here to preserve them. I'd like to continue to think that I am preserving those systems. My main point is that the people who are fraudulently abusing the voting system, that a clear message needs to be sent to them through identifying these abuses as felony crime, $25,000 and or 25 years in prison, no reduction by a judge, and no dismissal by a judge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for this witness? None? Thank you, sir. Now we do another call on deck, and I'll remind you if you're okay with maybe not coming, if you want to pass, just let us know pass. Otherwise, but this time the chair now calls Marcia Strickler. Chair. How about Dr. Laura Presley? The chair calls Dr. Presley. One moment. Dr. Presley, I've got you here on behalf of True Texas Elections, LLC, and you're for this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair and members. This bill is excellent. If you look at Section 3, I'd like to point you to page 2, line 17. This new provision that Representative Allison has presented is not anywhere else in the election code or in the penal code. So this is it really fills a gap that's there. This section, and I'm going to read it really quickly, a person commits an offense if the person knowingly or intentionally makes an effort to, in the person's capacity as an election officer, cause a valid vote to not be counted or an invalid vote to be counted. Counted is the key in this section. I'm going to give you some examples. Travis County downloads votes, memory cards, memory sticks at Central Count, downloads hundreds of cards, prints the results, deletes the data, and downloads them again hours later. Williamson County downloads memory cards with absentee votes on a Saturday, prints the results, deletes the data, and 3 days later downloads it again on Election Day. Dallas County, 700 memory cards downloaded on a Saturday. Results are printed. They delete the data. On a Sunday, they download the cards again, print the results, delete the data. On Monday, they download the data again, print the results, delete the data. This is very suspicious. If we have people that are counting votes, deleting them, and putting back false votes that are counted, this will address it. I love that it's a felony to the second degree.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Members, any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Roxy D. Hall Williamson. Okay, got you as Roxy D. Hall Williamson here on behalf of yourself, and you're against this bill, is that correct?
I am.
Please proceed.
A lot of testimony, a lot of words being thrown around very loosely. Felony, voter fraud. To even begin to criminalize voting and strip citizens of this state of their voting rights because of administrative infrastructure that needs to be addressed, it's sad. And I don't have a prepared anything for this other than after I read through it, all I felt was sadness. I work with a lot of different coalitions, a lot of different people that are good people in this state. They just need a better education, and we need to address these administrative issues. These are not criminal issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you. Marcia Strickler here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the chair now calls Marcia Strickler.
Marcia Strickler, Williamson County, We the People.
Let's go double check. One more, because sometimes it's slightly written differently. So, because sometimes you write as Wilco. Okay, so I've got it down as Wilco. You here on behalf of Wilco, We the People, and yourself, and you're with this bill.
That is correct, sir. Thank you. Many of the testimonies here I agree with. I do think that if we had stricter penalties for what takes place, that less would take place in terms of irregularities, fraud, or whatever it so is deemed. I don't believe that our in our case, in our county, our election administrator takes it as serious as it should be, based on his reactions to several of us who have called out anomalies, irregularities, and we get smug answers such as there's not been anything put in place that your election code has allowed for audits, so on and so forth. Bye-bye, he'll say, something like that. So I think maybe if there are stricter penalties, then perhaps some of that would stop and be a little bit taken more seriously. I take my vote very seriously. Thank you very much.
Strickler, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3297? I don't.
Can I do it even though I'm not signed up?
No, sir. No, sir. That is a definite no. The rules just wouldn't allow it, and
How convenient for you.
that's fine. So, anyone else who was registered to testify, here to testify on, for, or against this bill? Ms. Perez, I don't have you registered to testify on this bill.
I think I got a screenshot. I took a picture of it just before.
Ms. Perez, you're not on the list, sir. I did go through someone else with your organization, but they weren't here. All right, hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chair. Members, having been here the last two nights very late, myself and other committees, I'm respectful of your time, what you have left to do, so I won't repeat what I've said earlier. Just point out the knowingly and intentionally provisions that are throughout this bill. It covers, just like Representative Schofield pointed out, and the bottom line, don't do the crime. With that, I'll close.
Thank you, Representative.
Just a quick question.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Chairman. I think you just said it, but I just want to get clarity on Section 3, Number 5. I realize it falls under 3A, so I don't think you're taking away intent. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying on Number 5, which says you're adding false or intentionally misleading statement. So you're adding false or. Can you explain it? Maybe I guess if I read it differently, I'd like it to say intentionally false or misleading.
Knowingly or intentionally.
Changing the order and making sure that we're not trying to confuse mistakes here. For being, not at all. That's not your intent.
Not the intent at all.
And I see it's under A.
Certainly glad to work with you to fix any inconsistencies or any confusion. That's not the intent at all.
I appreciate it, Representative Allison. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
The representative, one more. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
And this is kind of to what Representative Busey mentioned, and that's where I have some concern as well, because your bill on page 2, line 9, I mean, it adds false or intentionally. So it doesn't say knowingly or intentionally. It adds false statements. So I'm concerned that, let's say someone, is registered to vote within the same county, right, and they move within the county, and they apply for a vote by mail ballot at their new in-county address. I mean, is that they're submitting false information?
Right.
Is that going to be something that they're going to be criminalized for? And so
But I still think we have with the criminal intent, so it still has to be knowingly and intentionally submitting that false information.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
Thank you.
I just want to give notice, by the way, that we are closing registration at 7:30 p.m. So if you still haven't registered for bills, you may do so outside on the electronic kiosks. We have 9 bills left. I need you to think about that, please. If you would like to pass, we will all applaud you if you've already said something or something important. However, of course, I understand there are things maybe here are really important to you, and so I don't want you to pass on that one, but maybe save your shot. Just consider it. At this time, the chair now lays out House Bill 1314 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you all for working late and hearing my bill tonight. House Bill 1314 is a bill with one simple, singular principle. American elections should be conducted with American equipment, with American-made equipment, enhancing election integrity in Texas. HB 1314 requires that voting systems and voting data are manufactured, stored, and held in the United States by American companies. I believe that fair and legal elections should be a nonpartisan policy priority, one that we can all agree is extremely important. House Bill 1314 would ensure that the voting systems used to conduct elections and election processes in the state of Texas would be manufactured domestically. Faith and complete confidence by voters in the American system of voting is absolutely imperative for all voters. This bill is a solid step in the right direction to promote certainty that at the polls, while upholding one of the most vital principles to a healthy elections, and that will be voting security. If y'all have any questions, reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Hefner? The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hefner, I actually had almost a similar question, but this is technically coming from our friend Clardy. He just asked his real concern, and he asked, is there any machine that would meet this standard right now that we can buy? Because when you say all components, there's some made in America, there's some built in America, but I'm not aware of any with all components from the United States. So
our intent is that just to ensure that they are American made. We do know, based on there's a fiscal note here in the bill that talks about Representative Fierro's county, I believe. Aren't you from El Paso, Mr. Fierro? And it talks about the cost that they would have to incur to either replace their machines or retrofit them with American-made products. And so I also believe, I have a lot of faith and belief that American ingenuity and American exceptionalism could come up with these apparatuses. If we don't currently make them, I think we could certainly handle that.
All right. But that is your intent, right? Every single piece, every component, every part of it?
That is the intent of this bill as filed, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Reserve the right to close.
Members, any other questions? We'll bring you back up to close. We're going to proceed to testimony. On deck, Jim Perry, Michelle Mostert. Jen Ramos. Okay, Jim Perry, Michelle Mostert, or Jen Ramos? Okay. It's time the chair calls up Glenn Maxey. Wonderful. Okay. That's right. It's fine. Don't if you would like to testify and it's important to you, we understand. Chair calls up Brian Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman, I got you here. It's Brian Hoffman. You're on behalf of Election Systems and Software?
Correct.
Okay. And you're against this bill?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As the SNS, we are one of the larger election companies in the United States. We are an American-based company. We are pro-American as far as making systems. But there are some components in the systems that we simply can't procure in the United States. They're not manufactured here. They're not made here. And these are components that are used in fighter jets and your cell phones and vehicles. In fact, in the Wall Street Journal today, there was an article saying that General Motors has to close down a couple of plants because they cannot get semiconductors from overseas. There's a limited supply. So even those very large companies have to procure components from outside the United States. Recently, in 2019, the presidents of the three largest election companies sat down in a committee hearing in the Senate in Washington, D.C. They were asked if they all have components that come from overseas. All three of those presidents said, yes, we do have components that come from overseas. So if this bill were to pass, there would be no election system that would be able to be purchased or procured or used under this bill. Excuse me one second. And election companies are very small in this world. You know, we're small pies, so we don't have the ability to manufacture these components on our own, nor force these companies to come back into America and make components. It's just simply not a viable solution. So what we would prefer is if we would have the software be designed and written in the United States, and that the software have to be installed in the United States. So only those components would come over, partially manufactured, but all of the software would have to be installed in the United States and written there. That would be something we could agree to.
Okay, thanks, sir. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield. Oh.
Evening. Are any of the components in any of the products you sell in Texas manufactured or sourced from China?
Yes, there are a couple that are from China.
What
semiconductors, and that is something that we would be happy to get on a virtual demonstration, and we can pluck out virtually, show you the system that's using it, pluck out a component and tell you where it came from. There's about 14 components that come from about 8 or 9 different countries.
And what countries other than China, let's say?
Philippines, Mexico, I believe Hong Kong. Those are a sample of some of those. Germany.
And can any of those computer parts come over here pre-programmed?
No, we don't allow that. We do all of the programming and installing of those components over here. We random sample test them when they come through to make sure that they are clean when they come through. In fact, and then we go ahead and re-clean them. I'm not the technical guru to say that, but we make sure that they are clean when we install them. And then, of course, they have to go through certification at the federal level and, again, certification at the state level here in Texas.
Is there somewhere you can source these parts other than China? Nobody else in the world makes them but China?
I'm not sure of that, but I believe so, because we do our best to try to procure everything in the United States, and then we go where they are procured. And I think there are some of these semiconductors that are only manufactured in China.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Schofield, I believe the pronunciation is China, something like that. But you had mentioned that you could do software here. What about data storage? here.
Yeah, yep, we do data storage here as well. So
Data never leaves the country?
correct. Yep, data never leaves the country. The software is either written in our Nebraska Omaha office or it is written in Rockford, Illinois. We do actually employ over 20 employees here in Texas as well.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Chaton.
So out of those 14 components, are the majority of them semiconductors?
That style of component, yes. The electrical components that have to be manufactured overseas.
Okay, and so, but we do manufacture semiconductors in the United States. Are those just so specific that they can't be manufactured here?
Yes, that's correct. There's specific styles of semiconductors that are just not procured here. Even, we've looked at Texas Instruments to see if we could get parts from them. They acquire the parts overseas and bring them over here and just basically resellers.
Okay, because I'm looking at Semiconductor Industry Association. They put out a report in 2015 where it shows that the majority of the U.S. semiconductor companies do the majority of their manufacturing in the United States. So it just seems like we have the ability to do these semiconductor manufacturing here.
Yeah, I'm not the purchasing or the manufacturer of our systems, but we have had several conversations in regards to this, including with some members of the House and Senate here in Texas. And he has said that we do our best to acquire what we can here, but these parts simply aren't available here.
Okay, but it might be possible that if there was a demand all of a sudden because of certain statutes.
Correct. Yep. There was a Ricoh had a plant out in California that shut down several years ago. We were acquiring as many parts as we could from them at that point, but then they moved overseas.
Gotcha. Okay. And do you know if on those semiconductors, any software is ever installed on semiconductors at all?
Not overseas. All of it is done here yep, all of it.
Okay.
So we would be fine if the bill were to say the software must be created, written, and installed in the United States.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Great. If we pass this bill into law, would you just quit selling products in Texas?
Well, we would try not to, but I don't think there would not be a system available.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Well,
I mean that's on Representative Hefner to do, but
correct, yeah.
All right.
So we'd be happy to work with language that could be acceptable to us.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair now calls Robert Green. Oh, okay. Also on deck, Dee Chambliss, Mary Lewis Beining, and Phil Waldron. If you decide to pass, just stand up and let us know that. But this time I've got you as Robert L. Green here on behalf of the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee and yourself, and you were here for this bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
I like the concept of America First manufacturing. But apparently from some of the testimony, we've seen that some of the components are not really readily available here right now. The only thing that I might say about this bill that might be improved, and it doesn't totally deal with exactly what's here, but it would be a requirement that all election records and any devices used to record cast votes be stored within the state of Texas. And, preferably, I guess, by the Secretary of State's office, any equipment or any information or votes, et cetera, would be stored right here in Texas, and they wouldn't leave. That way we would have them readily available, they'd be secured, and they could be audited down the road.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Great point. Members, any questions? Now, Ms. Greed, I will say, just for others to hear, if it's helpful to give us input on how you would like to see the bill done. The members, the authors of those bills, though, can also kind of stop by their offices and chat with those things, by the way.
Sure.
Just as a heads up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Dee Chambliss. Chair now calls Mary Louise Beining. Chair calls Phil Waldron. Chair calls Bradley Hodges. I'm going to give you a few more. So we're going to go back to Robert. Oh, you already did Robert Green. Dee Chambliss, Mary Louise Beining, Phil Waldron, Bradley Hodges, Jim Perry. Chair calls Dr. Laura Presley. I got you, Dr. Laura Presley. Laura Presley, here on behalf of True Texas Elections, LLC, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Yes, Dr. Laura Presley, before my career here in election integrity, I spent 17 years in the semiconductor industry working for Advanced Micro Devices, Motorola, and Freescale. And so I do understand the issues, the challenges we have with American manufacturing of semiconductors. I think the biggest issue is that it's called final manufacturing, where all the chips are kind of finally packaged, is almost exclusively out of the U.S. right now. And so if there was a market, Representative Jeton, they would pull it back and retrofit factories. So I think it's a possibility. I do support what ES&S said, that the software really needs to be added to this bill, and I think it's a simple change to add that and require that the software be programmed, designed, and installed in the U.S. completely. One thing I want to kind of set the record straight on, and what some other testimony that was provided today, the e-poll books are today technically considered voting system equipment, and this is the reason why. The e-poll books send to the printer what barcode to put on the ballot, for example, ES&S. The barcode is used for the ballot marking device and the DS200. So actually, the poll book today is not just to check in. It's actually to print and design the ballot with the barcode. The barcode's not coming from the printer. It's coming from the e-poll book computer. And like someone said today, I can't read barcode. So that poll book needs to be comprehended in this as something that needs to be also U.S. made. So I just want to give that feedback. Any questions?
Thank you. Members? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Marcia Strickler.
Strickler.
Which one is it?
Doesn't matter.
You've got an R.
It's Strickler.
Yes, Marcia
Not
Strickler.
Land or Stickler. It's Strickler. I get called lots of things, so Marcia, sometimes even that.
Okay. Well, what's really important at this moment is that your name is Marcia Strickler, and you're here on behalf of Wilco, We the People, and yourself, and you're for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you. I, too, before I started doing all of this poll working and worked in technology the majority of my life, I worked at Dell Computer. We actually had Dell computers in our voting polls for some time until this past year. What I do know about Dell is I was a program manager, a product manager, online, B2B, cybersecurity, a lot of things, Intel, in my career there. What I do know about Michael Dell is if there was a major Texas RFP that went out, he's going to figure out a way to build it in America if that's what is specified. So let the manufacturers figure out how to do that. I agree with Dr. Laura Presley that the steal is happening, or the damage or the concern or the irregularity or whatever it is we want to call it is happening in the software. Hardware's hardware. Does not do much without the software. The equipment can be manipulated. Any equipment can be hacked. Any equipment can be hacked. Any software can be hacked by anyone that knows what they are doing. So if you want to secure the vote, we need to do a lot more than American-made equipment and software. Everything else we've talked about today, along with American-made equipment and software, will be huge improvements in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Any
Ms.
questions?
Thank you. Chair calls Gerald Welty. You know, Mr. Welty, you could just get an applause if you wanted. But I get it. And on deck, Michelle Mostert and Scott O'Grady would be on deck. I've got you down as Gerald Welty. You're here on behalf of the Convention of States and yourself. You are for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I love this bill. When there's an exception, as what I heard, I would prefer that there be something in here that says that by exception, we cannot provide these parts.
You know, Mr. Welty, real quick, it's an important one, and I mentioned it. If you've got advice on how to draft these bills, I really ask that you go and talk to them. You can tell us, but ahead of time, maybe next time, y'all go talk to the bill authors. But please tell us now about it.
I'm sorry, I'm new at this.
I get it. You're doing a great job. So what should we do?
If a manufacturer cannot use American parts and they have to go out for semiconductors and they have to go to a country like China to get them, who probably stole the device technology from us, modified it, I have them state why they are going out as an exception to American sources. Is it because of price? Is it because whatever reason, why they can't use an American manufacturer?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Usually people do things based on price, but yeah. That's a good point. Members, any questions? Thanks, sir. Well, it was a good thought. Anyone on deck I called that wishes to testify? It's Scott O'Grady. All right, Scott O'Grady, Texans for Election Integrity, and yourself. That's who you're here on behalf of. You're here in support of this bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my testimony to testifying on the bill.
Okay, one moment, please. However, am I correct that you're here on behalf of Texans for Election Integrity and you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to take care of that for a moment. Okay, so now it shows you on or neutral, as we call it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. I agree with the premises of HB 1314 and would say Texas elections should be owned by Texas 100%, beginning to end. All current foreign electronics, computer chips, computers, machines, components, softwares, foreign storage clouds in Texas elections, in my opinion, should stop immediately. They are all suspect and vulnerable. I would make a suggestion to the author of HB 1314 to amend the bill to read that Texas should go immediately to marked paper ballots with precinct-only voting until a 100% U.S. Texas-controlled, secured system could be proved and implemented for accountability and transparency. All Texans deserve to have confidence and faith in their elections. I thank you for my comments. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. O'Grady. Members, any questions? You know, Mr. O'Grady, I think your idea is great, and I don't think anybody would call a point of order on that amendment on the floor for not fitting the bill. That was sarcasm. It's a terrible one. It's a decent idea. We'll see what he might be able to do with it, but the representative is there and might be able to talk to him after this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much. Members, or rather, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3297? Oh, wonderful. Come on up. Please, Bill Sargent.
It's on your list. I don't know. Yeah, they called. They called it?
She's going to want you to call the resource witness.
Okay. Thank you. I've got you as Bill Sargent, and you're here on behalf of yourself, and you're neutral on this bill. Please proceed. Is that correct, though?
I'm testifying on the bill.
Yeah, that's on the bill. Yes, sir.
That's correct. I certainly support the objective of this bill. Unfortunately, having all the components made in the U.S. is not possible by September 1 of this year. This is not just possible. It's just not possible to adjust the supply chains in time to make that happen in this time frame. Hardin or Civic currently gets components from overseas. None of them have firmware, software, or any applications loaded on them. Their imaging is done here in the United States, actually in Texas. I've been to their facility. I've been told, but don't know for sure, that ES&S gets components from overseas, but that some of them come already preloaded. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've been told. Here are my suggestions. One, require that by September 2022, not 21, that all components purchased offshore for voting machines come in clean. Two, that all voting machines, firmware, software, and applications be developed and designed in the USA, and that they be loaded on voting machines and imaged here in our country. 3, finally, that the goal of the current legislation that seeks to mandate that by September, that the goal we have of what the current bill says should be the mandate should be put back to September 2024, or if that's not reachable or doable, by 2026. With these changes, I would support the measure. I've also told the staff of the member what I was suggesting.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. See. Chair now calls Christina Adkins with the Texas Secretary of State's office.
Good evening, Christina Adkins from the Secretary of State's office to testify on HB 1314.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Christina. If I read this bill correctly, it says this has to take effect before the next election. What would happen? Let me go back. Do we have any machines that we could buy that would meet this requirement?
No, sir.
No machines anywhere.
No, I discussed this with both vendors that have certified equipment here in Texas, and both of them said that they could not comply with this.
So if this bill, which already has 54 co-authors, close to 76, becomes law today, what happens to all our machines in Texas?
Well, I think at that point we would probably have to possibly decertify equipment or put out some kind of advisory indicating that that equipment couldn't be used because it wouldn't be consistent with what current law is.
So if this bill becomes law, all of our machines are disqualified, and there's no machine that we can buy.
I believe that's the case.
So then what do we do?
I think then at that point we would have no choice but return to hand-marked, hand-tallied paper ballots.
Great idea.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
That you may not answer. We heard earlier for $100 you can manipulate these machines and change 10,000 votes. Under that same philosophy, for $100, could you hire someone to throw out some paper ballots?
I've
just curious. You don't have to answer that. I think we all know the answer to that. All right. I think you answered all my questions. I think if we pass this bill, we're going to be screwed in this state. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Do you have a manufacturing background?
No, sir.
So you don't know how long it would take either our current vendors or other vendors to resource to United States manufacturers?
That's correct. I do not know that information.
So if a big customer like Texas were to tell them you got to get it done here, you don't know how quickly other companies could retool factories in the U.S. or in Texas to make these components.
I don't know how long the manufacturing or retooling would take, but I know that if they do that, all of those systems would have to be recertified through the federal government and through the state of Texas again.
Thank you.
That's a good point, because I was going to bring up, Tesla started figuring out how to make breathing machines, and we've got PPE made within weeks, so there's a will, there's a way, but I understand on the certification makes sense. Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
I'm so sorry, and I lied that was my last question. Can you just quickly, to put us all at ease, how we certify these machines, because there seems to be concerns that parts come overseas that maybe they're not safe and secure. Can you give us just a 1-minute overview of why they're safe and secure?
Well, the certification process is a two-part process. We require that all of our systems in Texas be certified through the Election Assistance Commission, the federal government, but that's not sufficient for Texas standards. The law requires that we have a certification process here in Texas. And so we have a team of independent examiners that are appointed by the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office that have a background either in law or in software or engineering, mechanical engineering, a more technical background, examine the equipment and write recommendations as to whether that equipment should be certified or not.
And we do that in Texas. We go above and beyond the federal to make it a Texas-done system.
Yes, we do that here in Texas.
And that's what we heard people say they wanted, so I appreciate that we're already doing it.
Are those people who certify currently appointed?
Yes.
Okay. Could I get a list of their names?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll just so you know, that information from our current exams is on our website, so you can see their names on our website.
Cool. Thank you. If there's no one else here to testify, the chair now recognizes Representative Hefner to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The fact that we are struggling to know for sure that the testimony's been pretty affirmative that it's not possible to get this equipment from America currently, or at least some of it. That should alarm us. We shouldn't have to rely on countries that may not share our interests, that may wish to do us harm. And here we are relying on them in whole or in part for one of our most sacred foundational principles, and that is our American elections. I believe in American ingenuity. We built the most prosperous economic engine the world has ever seen. We put a man on the moon in the 60s. And so I think we can do this without a problem. And I appreciate y'all hearing my bill today, and I close.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for the representative? Well, if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is left pending. All right. By the way, we've got 8 bills now remaining, and at this time, the chair lays out House Bill 4369 and recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tell you what, if we gave committee awards at the end of the session, I would give y'all Energizer Bunny Award, because I'm so impressed both last week and this week with your fortitude in hearing bills. This bill, House Bill 4369, directs the early voting clerk to deliver to the early voting ballot board a copy of the voter's signature from both their voter registration, a copy of the application for the mail-in ballot, and make available both the front and the back of the returned ballot's carrier envelope so that all signatures can be viewed together. It came to our attention today that the software requirements on the bottom of page 2 of the bill is not written as we intended. So after conversations with stakeholders, it is my intention to bring you back a committee sub that will clarify this portion to read. And hopefully this will help people that are here to testify.
Yeah, great. Can you tell us one more time what we're going to clarify to do? That way, if
we're going to clarify on the bottom of page 2 where we're talking about the software. We're going to clarify that portion to read, the early voting clerk shall, at the election following their next software update, have software available to display all electronically available signatures together. This change will allow for counties that do not currently use software to avoid this expense. And it will also give time for current software providers to update for this need for the counties that do use software. House Bill 4369 is a best practice bill that clarifies and codifies uniform practices and procedures concerning processing early voting results by the ballot board. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Just a very quick question. The provision you just mentioned where it's after the next election, is that going to be a temporary provision, or are you going to put in the bill after your 2022 election? Because
I mean, I can't say
after your next election and always be trailing.
Well, that's a good point. And so, yeah, I can definitely make that as I'm making the committee sub.
Just a draft.
It was just, their concern was that some counties, first of all, can just literally go pull those signatures and show them to the ballot board because they're that small, and they don't use software for that purpose. And I certainly is not the intention of this bill to make counties incur, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of software upgrades. A lot of counties do already use software. They scan their ballot their envelopes, and so that is already available. The upgrade would have to be the next time they do an upgrade, it would have to show those signatures side by side. And honestly, this protects the voter. If you're someone that has declined in health over the years, you could see that progression in their signatures. You could see, and honestly, if you're only seeing a little piece of the puzzle, you may not think it's them, and it really might be them. So this is something that just really protects voters in the long run.
Just a drafting suggestion.
I like that. I will include that.
Thank you. At this moment, we're going to proceed to testimony. We'll bring you back up after that. Over this time, I'm going to pass the gavel over to Representative Schofield to go into testimony.
Faster to go to the SOS. Not got any questions.
back in. Read the answers.
Why don't we, instead of ending with the Secretary of State, why don't we lead with them, so if anybody has any questions. So the chair will call Christina Adkins.
Hi, Christina Adkins with the Secretary of State's office, testifying on HB 4369.
Y'all ought to probably sit closer to the front so you don't have as far to go every time. Does anybody on the committee have any questions for Ms. Adkins? Mr. Busey.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you walk me through what this bill is doing as far as changes in the process real quick, just so I understand it?
From the way I read it, there's a couple of changes. For the first part under Section 1, this is requiring that the early voting clerk proactively provide some additional information to the ballot board for use. It's primarily number 7. That's the new item, that they're giving copies of the voter's signature from voter registration applications. So they're going to be proactively providing it instead of waiting until the ballot board requests it.
Okay.
And then Section 2, what I see in Section 2 is that it's kind of creating a two-part process for signature verification, that the ballot board or signature verification committee is going to be looking also at the signature on an application to compare it to other voter registration signature or other signatures on file to make sure that that's of the same person before they move on to the next part of signature verification.
Do any counties already do this on their own? Do you know?
So I think that some of our larger counties that actually have some of the technology to provide signatures electronically, go ahead and do that on the front end and give access to the ballot board to all of these signatures. And from what I have heard anecdotally, that ballot boards do routinely utilize those signatures to help them with the process.
Okay. So are you worried about timeline, or you're saying it's already implemented in other places? Like, will it slow down the process so much that it would be problematic, or you don't think so?
I don't think that I can answer that, actually. I'm not sure, because I'm not somebody that has as much experience with the ballot boards, observing the process, firsthand. But I will say, from what I've heard with the larger counties that do it, those signatures are utilized. And so I think, that there is a way to do that and to do it effectively.
And I think the representative may be trying to address this in the sub, but what about the issue with small counties and the cost of software? Is that going to be an issue for our counties to get up and running with this?
I think, it depends on the costs related to the software. I only know of one vendor offhand that does that, and I think their cost is associated. It's like a per voter cost to store those signatures and make them available. I imagine there's other vendors out there, and I just haven't been able to do that much investigation yet to see what else is out there.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the committee? Mr. Jutan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Quick question: what other signatures are we pulling from? Because I know we get the DPS signatures, but are there other agencies also sending signatures in that would be?
Other agencies that send, for example, to the Secretary of State's office? No, sir. The only agency that we get signatures from would be DPS, and that's in conjunction with a voter registration application that comes through DPS.
Okay, all right. And the software would just require that if they have software, or the next time they get software, they'd have to be able to show those to the ballot board and signature verification committee.
And what I think that it's also doing is, I don't think that would just be limited to voter registration. Those signatures that come from DPS, it could be other voter registration signatures. They could scan that and have the image there. And then I think traditionally also, we've heard about ballot boards using signatures on previous applications to vote by mail.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The chair calls Donald Garner. So as you're making your way down here, you have signed up as Donald Garner with testifying for Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, and you are for House Bill 4369. Is all of that correct?
It certainly is correct. Yes, sir.
Please go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Don Garner. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, whose mission is to give people of faith a voice in government Toward that end, I have the privilege of speaking in support of bills like House Bill 4369. Faith and Freedom Coalition has a membership of over 2.5 million nationally and over 125,000 in Texas. In the most recent election cycle, Faith and Freedom Coalition distributed voter guides through volunteer canvassers to over 300 voters across Texas. And the level of concern among those we represent regarding election integrity has risen exponentially in recent months. Having worked in recent election cycles in Texas on recruiting canvassers, poll watchers, and volunteer deputy registrars, I've been inspired by the passion of these folks for the election process itself. I've also seen how disheartened these same people become at discoveries of irregularities and outright cheating like those occurring in Austin and East Texas, some other places we've been hearing about over the past several weeks in the hearings. I would argue nothing suppresses voting more than erosion of trust in the election process. Some attempt to paint any efforts at election reform as voter suppression. They attack practical reforms, such as the one we're hearing about right now, practical reforms as a solution looking for a problem. However, to respond to problems related to our election system in Texas only after they've occurred is unacceptable, especially in light of the widespread loss of trust among the citizens of Texas. Trust in our election system will return as specificity is brought to the process, and that is precisely what House Bill 4369 is seeking to accomplish. Texans must be able to trust that our elections are safe, secure, and fair. House Bill 4369 is a big step in the right direction. To regain the trust of Texans, the gray areas in our voting process need to be clarified relative to mail-in ballots. This bill offers a common-sense proposal in this area. Please vote for the passage of House Bill 4369.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody on the committee have a question for this witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Glenn Maxey. And you have the drill.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party. We registered in opposition to this bill. That was concerns about this technology of being able to display all these signatures and what that would do with counties that don't have the technology at this point. And if I'm reading this correctly, this is also requiring from this point on that prior mail ballot application signatures must be retained. And I was not sure that is the current practice. I mean, these things are retained for 22 months, whether this is proactive, whatever the term is. Prospective, that's the word I'm looking for, Mr. Schofield. Whether it's prospective or whether there was an issue about going back with things that may still not be on file. We'll work with the author on this.
I appreciate that. And now that we're heading to the good part of the session, do you miss being on the floor? Mm-hmm. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Maxey? Thank you very much. The chair calls Jennifer Anderson. Thought that was you over there. Very good. And you are Jennifer Anderson, excuse me. Texas Association, that was not on purpose, Texas Association of Elections Administrators against the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
So our members are not against what this bill intends to do. Obviously, we want to provide all the information we can to the ballot board so that they can make good decisions based on mail ballot processing. Our objections were for the cost associated with the implementation of the software. We do have a number from Bexar County of what they're paying. They do provide this already. They're paying about $38,000 a year for this service, plus the scanners and the things that they have to use to implement this process. And Hays County started an electronic signature verification process, which, you know, we're a mid-sized county, and our ballot board, both parties hated it. They didn't like using the computers. It slowed down the process for them, and there were lots of issues with things like that. So just some things to keep in mind, and that's where our concerns were. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Robert Green.
I'm going to pass, Mr. Chairman. Others just said what I wanted.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We appreciate that.
Show me in support.
So yeah, you are Robert Green. You are signed up to testify for the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee, and yourself, you will choose not to testify and register for the bill.
Correct.
Thank you. Heather Hawthorne.
Good evening.
Give me a second for your name to come up.
All right.
We're sort of in limbo here. Well, why don't you just tell us?
Okay, I'm Heather Hawthorne. I'm the county clerk in Chambers County, and I'm representing the County and District Clerks Association of Texas.
And you're testifying against the bill.
And I am testifying against the bill as it was presented. And of course, so happy to work with you on getting these things for the substitute. Most counties use a free voter registration system that has been provided by the state called TEAM, and there is not a component for the TEAM process. So we need to make sure that our small counties like myself get that and take that cost off of the taxpayers. But other than that, I don't know, with the biometrics and components and everything else, I'm throwing my hands up on, tell me what system I need to use at this point, because I have to buy. So, thank you, and any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hawthorne at this time? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Dr. Candice Matthews. Dr. Matthews? Okay. The chair calls Bradley Hodges. All right. The chair calls Jen Ramos. Maybe a quicker hearing than I thought. Hold on just a second as I scroll down.
Looks like Jen Ramos.
How about the chair calls Roxy D. Hall Williamson? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, good evening.
So you have registered as Roxy D. Hall Williamson. You have registered that you're testifying for yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that all correct?
Actually, could I change that?
You
I would
can.
like to be neutral on this,
You'd like to be
pending
on the bill neutral?
clarifications.
Very good, and go ahead and proceed.
That's all I really had to say.
Oh, well, that was quick. All right, then.
Thank you so much for the clarification, because I'm representing a part of my community that was concerned this was another effort to disenfranchise their vote because of the signature, but you addressed the administrative issue that I had. So pending the clarifications, I would just like to be neutral at this time.
Does anybody have any questions for the witness? Well, thank you for your lovely brief testimony. The chair calls Gerald Welty.
Your standby is here.
Okay, so you have registered as Gerald Welty, representing Convention of States and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is all of that correct?
That is correct.
Please go ahead.
I'm going to save you some time. I'm for the bill, and I am actually for all the remaining bills.
We can only testify for one at a time, but we understand.
I appreciate you all, what you do, and I just like to say that the penalty areas of the bills, that if the crime is made or the punishment is made severe enough, the crime will cease. And I would like to see the penalty areas of the bills put out there and broadcast that in a severe way, so that people will not abuse the voting system.
There actually isn't a penalty in this bill, but you're still testifying in favor of this bill.
I am.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the witness at this time? Thank you very much, Mr. Welty. I take it you want to go home and eat dinner?
May you and your families always be blessed.
You as well. And did I call Bradley Hodges yet? What's that? I called him once? Okay. Dr. Candice Matthews? Jen Ramos. You're Jen Ramos? Okay. And we have you listed here as having registered as Jen Ramos, testifying on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is all of that accurate?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Good evening, members of the Elections Committee. My name is Jen Ramos. I currently serve as the State Democratic Executive Committee woman for Senate District 21 on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party, and I am testifying in opposition to this bill. As it is presently written, not accounting for the committee substitutions and amendments, this bill is physically irresponsible as it requires every county in the state to purchase the technology to scan signatures and retain ballots, which is unrealistic and impractical for rural and non-urban counties. Furthermore, the retainer of these ballots adds an additional step to the process of elections administrators, further adding to an opaque and complicated process. Currently, in my capacity as an SDEC committee woman, I represent 18 counties from Southeast Travis County all the way down to the border in Laredo. Of the 18 counties in my district, 14 of them are not considered urban and would have to purchase extra equipment to make this possible, which adds to an undue process for being able to store these ballots and go through the technology that's required. Therefore, I urge this committee to vote in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
You represent Senator Zaffarini's district?
That is correct, sir. Lifelong constituent.
We don't get to see them as much this time because we have to go through, so please say hi for us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Does anybody on the committee have a question for this witness? Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4369? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Noble to close on the bill.
Thank you so much, committee, for hearing my bill tonight, and I will be looking forward to visiting with you as we get the committee substitute ironed out, and I'm looking forward to hearing from some of the folks that spoke today on their ideas on perfecting this to the point where it really does help make sure that our elections are, that our mail-in ballots are who they say they are. So with that, I close.
Does anybody have any questions for the author of the bill? Thank you very much, Representative Noble. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2478 and recognizes Representative Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2478 before you today. In the 2018 general election, 23.2% of voters voted by absentee or mail-in ballot. In the 2020 general election, that number jumped to 46%. Absentee voting is convenient and in many cases is an important tool to ensure citizens have the opportunity to cast their vote. Still, absentee voting is susceptible to voter fraud, as this committee heard last week from witnesses from the Attorney General's office. I'm not here to relitigate last week's hearing. I'm here to offer what might be a simple and effective solution to ensure that every legal eligible voter is able to cast their vote and that the opportunity for fraudulent absentee ballots are diminished. Under House Bill 2478, Texas voters would be required to submit a copy of their photo ID both when they apply for and when they submit a mail-in ballot. Thank you, members. Reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions for Representative Harris? If there aren't, we will proceed to the testimony. And is this the right bill? Yes, 2478. Okay. Very good. The chair calls Jennifer Anderson, which I pronounced correctly this time. Has she left?
She left.
Okay. The chair calls Robert Green. Has he also left? Okay. The chair calls Bradley Hodges. He left. The chair calls Joshua Houston. There you go. Mr. Houston, well, when your name, here we go. There we are. So you've registered as Joshua Houston. You are testifying on behalf of Texas Impact, and you are against the bill. Is all that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
My name is Joshua Houston, Advocacy Director at Texas Impact, and we're here opposed to House Bill 2478. Texas Impact is the membership organization for mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations in the state. Access to a printer cannot be a prerequisite for the right to vote by mail, and it adversely affects our membership. So as you might expect with churches, we have many members that are 65 or older or disabled. Many do not have smartphones or printers or email or even use computers. For instance, my 98-year-old grandfather does not have any of those things. He does have an expired driver's license from at least 20 years ago, and his address has not changed since 1966. He's lucky because my aunt is their caretaker. So presumably my aunt could run to Kinko's while the home health care worker is there to make a copy of those things, but that is a huge burden on them, on my family. Many in our membership aren't that lucky. They have moved since the last time they had a valid driver's license and lack an acceptable form of identification. And many are physically unable to get to a printer to copy the documents that are necessary. So while it isn't necessarily great, better would be to do what Georgia did. In Georgia, a person need only handwrite their choice of a driver's license number, a state ID, the last 4 digits of their social is an option, or execute a reasonable impediment declaration. But it has to be something that they can handwrite. It cannot require access to a printer. Ironically, we think that this bill will increase the need for voter assistance so that as people need to get to the printer and have access to be able to print these documents and scan and copy these documents. And frankly, all these hoops will make it otherwise legal, make otherwise legal and eligible folks fall through the cracks. Most will be elderly and disabled that vote by mail is designed to enfranchise. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you.
Do any members have questions for the witness? I just have one. I don't know why it slipped by me. I noticed that you always say that your group is, represents Protestants, Muslims, and Jews. I'm Catholic. We're not involved?
Well, y'all have your own lobby, and we often work with them on a number of things as well.
Very good. Well, thank you for your testimony this evening. And the chair calls Eugene Howard. Mr. Howard? Okay. The chair calls Robert Jacoby. And you can just raise your hand. You don't have to jump up real fast. But Mr. Jacoby's not here. The chair calls Sarah Leibowitz. Give me a second here. Okay. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, but you've registered as Sarah Leibowitz. You're with the American Civil Liberties Union of Texas and yourself. And you're testifying against the bill. Is all that accurate?
That is accurate.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. HB 2478 is an example of administrative and bureaucratic barriers to participating in elections and is another example of voter suppression. Texas law is clear. Seniors and people with disabilities are entitled to vote by mail. The law recognizes that these groups may face challenges that prevent them from voting if they were required to show up at the polling place in person. This aspect of the law alleviates burdens and makes it easier to vote so that someone who has mobility or vision issues doesn't have to expose themselves to risk just to cast a ballot. By amending Section 84.002 of the Code, this bill alters the way Texas conducts elections by erecting barriers in front of the very people the law is designed to assist. This bill would require people who are already entitled to vote by mail to include a paper photocopy of their ID in their application for a mail ballot. This bill targets lower-income people and seniors by requiring access to a working photocopier or printer. It's a modern poll tax. It's voter suppression. We oppose the bill.
Anybody have any questions for the witness? Thank you very much. Dr. Candice Matthews. Okay. Glenn Maxey.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in opposition to this bill. For the reasons that the last two speakers have said, I don't have to go back through all of those. This is an undue burden. And as I look at it, I think of if this was the law, now what new things will Democratic and Republican candidates and parties have to do in order to assist voters? Will we be accused of vote harvesting if we knock on a door and say, can I take your driver's license to go make a copy for you? Because you can't. You put all these bills together and it's a recipe for disaster, and this is just bad policy.
Before you go away, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Maxey? You anticipated better than I did. Okay.
Thank you.
Scott O'Grady. And Mr. O'Grady, you have registered as Scott O'Grady, testifying for Texans for Election Integrity and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is all of that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
I apologize. I'm not familiar with the procedures, but if I wanted to hand some documents.
This young lady right here.
I support HB 2478. Photo ID is required in Texas to vote in person. and the same standard should apply to absentee ballots. It is common sense that a citizen must verifiably present themselves to be a legal Texas citizen with a right to vote. To not do so opens the door for fraud. All Texans deserve to have fair elections. And just for your information, the handout that I just gave you is and submitted is one that expresses and shows the countries, many who ban mail-in ballots completely, 100%, and the few that only allow it if it is accompanied with photo ID, is just testimony to the fact of the massive fraud that occurs through mail-in ballots that has been caused not only here in this country, but in many other countries. I thank you for my testimony. Any questions?
Does anybody here have any questions for Mr. O'Grady? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Jen Ramos. And you are still Jen Ramos. You are testifying on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is all that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
And I do want to clarify I am Catholic, so you're not alone on the Catholicism part. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 45 states do not currently require voters to send in a photo or copy of ID when applying to vote by mail or when returning their mail ballot. Currently, Texans must always mail a physical copy of their vote-by-mail application, even if they are technically able to email or fax in their application. The email/fax option simply buys them a couple more days to mail in their application. It's important to note, especially as someone who considers themselves relatively well-versed in technology, this creates a poll tax and a disadvantage to those who are not completely technologically savvy and those who may not own a printer. I myself, who happen to work in communications, know for a fact that none of my friends have printers, none of my family members have printers, and it creates an undue burden. This isn't necessarily a poll tax. Many Texans just don't have the capacity or the technology to make this happen, and this bill would not allow us to help Texans in order to get them to vote as needed. So I strongly encourage you to vote in opposition to this bill.
Does anybody have questions for the witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alan Vera. Oh, you're here. Okay. Mr. Vera, you have registered as Alan Vera, representing the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, which is a mouthful, and you are for the bill. Is all that correct?
All that's correct.
Please proceed.
And I think I've been excommunicated about 17 times from the Catholic Church, but irrelevant. If I were a better storyteller, I might be able, and we have popcorn, I might be able to regale you with stories about all the tension in the Signature Verification Committee, as good people try and argue over whether or not them signatures are those of the voter or not. If they had another reference point, another marker, it'd be a step forward to easing all that contentiousness and may result in fewer ballots being rejected. This bill simply proposes another reference point to assist SVC in accepting or rejecting a mail ballot. It's another helpful tool toward a correct ruling. The forms of ID that have been specified are no more onerous than what's currently required of in-person voters. It's almost like leveling the playing field for the different classes of voters, including provisions for reasonable impediment declaration. The states of Wyoming and Alabama have in the last 3 years both moved to this supplementary identification for mail ballots. At least to this point, there have been no court rulings declaring the practice to be some form of voter suppression or inequality. Every election, we're making good people from both major parties make some very tough decisions on ballots by mail. They all want to do right by the voter. This is just one more tool to help them make the right ruling. We urge the committee to report this bill favorably to the full House.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Does anybody have questions for the witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Susan Schultz. Okay. The chair calls Roxy D. Hall Williamson. You passed. Very good. Dr. Candice Matthews. Eugene Howard. Okay, members, he's still in the back there. We have a resource witness if you all would like to hear from Keith Ingram. Does anybody need to hear from Mr. Ingram on this bill? Apparently not, so you can stay seated. Does anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2478? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. obviously there have been some legitimate concerns expressed over the bill and unintended consequences, and be glad to work with the committee on getting this bill to something that actually is workable for the entire state of Texas. So with that, I close. Appreciate the opportunity to lay the bill out.
Any questions for the author of the bill? Thank you, Mr. Harris. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2321 and recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the bill, which I'm sure he'll be happy to do from up here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do it from up here if that's okay with you. All right, thank you, Chairman and members. I'm here to lay out House Bill 2321 related to signature verification on early voting ballot vote by mail. As expressed in the Bipartisan Commission on Federal Election Reform, chaired by President Jimmy Carter and James Baker, when safeguards are lacking, vote by mail has an increased chance for voter fraud. It is crucial both to protect integrity of the outcome of elections and to protect individual voters' votes from having them stolen. That we use all available safeguards to protect Texans' votes. Over the past several years, the Texas Secretary of State has enabled counties to access the Texas Department of Public Safety's database. When you receive or renew your driver's license, your signature is captured and shared with the Texas Secretary of State. That signature is tied to the voter and made available to the county for use by the Signature Verification Committee and Ballot Board. The committee and board members, made up of equal number of members of individuals assigned by both major parties, can use the signatures to compare with signatures on the application and on the ballot to ensure the person who voted with the ballot is who they claim to be. Currently, some counties are not providing the DPS signatures to the committee or board to use in verifying the signature. In many cases, they are only using the signature on the application for the ballot to match with the signature on the ballot. The concern is that fraudulent signature on the application could also be used on the ballot, resulting in fraudulent vote being counted. If the same person who completed the ballot by mail application also fills out the ballot envelope, the signature may match even if the signature does not belong to the voter. House Bill 2321 provides an additional safeguard to mail-in ballot voting by requiring the use of signatures not related to the election process to help ensure the validity of signatures on the ballot. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I reserve the right to close.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions for the author? All right, in that case, we will proceed to testimony. I'm sure you reserve the right to close.
Yes, sir.
First of all, does anybody, we have the resource witness from the Secretary of State, Christina Adkins. Does any member of the committee need to hear from our resource witness? Okay. The chair calls Robert Green. Eugene Howard. Is Eugene Howard here? All right. The chair calls Bradley Hodges.
He's testifying in another.
Okay, if he gets back before we're done, we'll be sure to.
That's why he couldn't come to the previous one.
We'll be sure to get him back if he's here.
I'm letting him know right now.
Dr. Candice Matthews. Okay, I see Jen Ramos, so I know you're here. Would you like to testify?
That's fine.
Ms. Ramos passes. Bonnie Seelig. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have the last 3 and 2321 kind of feeds from another one. Can I just do that?
No, under our rules, we have to testify on one bill at a time.
Okay.
Let me make sure we've got all your appropriate stuff.
All right.
You've registered as Bonnie Seelig.
Right.
You are testifying for yourself.
Right.
And you're in favor of the bill?
2321.
2321.
Right.
Please proceed.
Okay. Another election issue that occurred during Travis County Early Voting Ballot Board concerned signature verification. And that was in the November 2020 election, 3 weeks of ballot board work. My signature verification training that you've all talked about consisted of being told to follow the lead of my partner. This was in Travis County. After weeks of numerous partners, I determined that verification was at the whim of the most dominant personality in the partnership. Other states have signature verification machines. It's true the setting can be adjusted at very low standards, but Travis County had no standards at all. They had a swish, and you would make that as a comparison for a signature, or I'll talk about vote harvesting later. But that was the problem. There was no training. We were told we would be trained when we got there. You had various partners, some very strict and wanted to see a name, but everyone accepted just a curlicule or a motion. And that's for mail-in balloting, mail-in. So I didn't think that was appropriate. I would like my vote to count more than just a swish.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the witness? Thank you for your testimony.
Yep, I'll be back.
Is, again, Bradley Hodges is not here. Eugene Howard, Dr. Candice Matthews, and we know Gerald Welty has gone home. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2321? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Jatan to close on the bill.
Well, if there's no further questions, I close.
Any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Jatan. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2546 and recognizes Representative Jatan to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm here to lay out House Bill, I'm sorry, did you say 2546?
2546.
Thank you. House Bill 2546 relating to the enforcement by the Secretary of State of certain voter roll maintenance provisions creating a criminal offense. As Americans and fellow Texans, we want to maximize participation of eligible voters and protect those from fraud and being canceled out by ineligible voters. Unfortunately, for decades, even mentioned in as a key issue in the bipartisan Carter-Baker Commission report of 2005, we know our voter rolls are often inflated by ineligible voters who have moved away, who are deceased, not citizens, or not eligible for other reasons. While it is of the utmost importance to ensure we never purge an eligible voter, our current statutory procedures for maintaining our voter rolls are dependent upon consistent implementation at the county level. As discussions with the Secretary of State and local election officials, there is inconsistent maintenance of voter rolls due to lack of training or lack of consequences for not maintaining the voter rolls. Texas Election Code Section 62.113 and 62.114 requires updated lists based on information relating to those disqualified from jury service for not being citizens or residents of the county. Chapter 15 of the code addresses the suspense list, and Chapter 16 addresses death, mental incapacity, felony convictions, disqualifications of voters, and other ineligibilities. Laws are in place that mandate voter list maintenance. These laws should be implemented consistently across the state to prevent unauthorized participation in our elections. The intent of House Bill 2546 is to allow the Secretary of State to provide guidance and enforcement to ensure voter rolls are maintained. House Bill 2546 creates 3 steps for the Secretary of State will take for violations in maintaining the voter rolls. The first violation, the Secretary of State can require the clerk or registrar to attend training on how to maintain voter rolls. This step alleviates any issues that might cover simple lack of training. For the second violation, the Secretary of State can, by law, audit the lists for the county in order to directly tell them what they need to do to correct the issue and prevent it in the future. For the third violation, the Secretary of State refers the noncompliance to the appropriate law enforcement agency. This step is designed to remedy any clerk or registrar that still refuses to comply with the law. The offense created for not complying after the third violation is a state jail felony and requires a knowing violation. House Bill 2546 is not designed to hurt anyone, rather to ensure consistently accurate voter rolls across the state to protect integrity of our elections and the votes of Texans against dilution. I ask for your support of 2546, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I reserve the right to close.
Do any members have any questions for Representative Jatan? In that case, we will proceed to the witnesses. Is Bradley Hodges present? Okay. Did any member of the committee need to hear from our Secretary of State resource witness, Mr. Ingram? We've dodged another bullet, Mr. Ingram. Dr. Candice Matthews. All right. Alan Vera. And Ms. Seelig, you'll be next. Mr. Vera, you have registered as Alan Vera, testifying on behalf of Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you are for the bill. Is all that accurate?
All that's accurate.
Please go ahead.
This is pretty simple. Either we want accurate, properly maintained voter registration rolls, or we don't. This bill simply signals an end to the tolerance of consistently erroneous voter rolls at the county level and prescribes remedies in an escalating sequence. It's common sense and quite fair. The only suggestion we'd make is to add the title Elections Administrator to those of Voter Registrar and County Clerk, because in many counties the EA have now assumed the duties of the Voter Registrar. Adding that title to the bill removes any doubt of its applicability to the Elections Administrator. It's way past time to get serious about our voter rolls. This bill helps ensure that the registrars, clerks, and EAs get serious too. Please report this bill favorably to the full House.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Vera? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Bonnie Seelig.
Hey, I'm Bonnie Seelig. I support this bill, and I'm representing myself. In January 2019, I renewed my driver's license and asked the clerk at the DPS if he could check the computer to see if I were a citizen or not. He said that I was. I asked to see the screen where that was noted. He said no, it was the property of DPS. I became curious about who checks whether a person is or is not a citizen when one registers at the DPS. I called the office of Keith Ingram, Director of Elections of the Secretary of State's office. I asked if the SOS checks the citizenship on the voter registration application. I was told that the county clerks check citizenship. I called the Travis County Clerk's office. I was told that the Secretary of State verifies citizenship of the voter applications. I called the office of Keith Ingram again and was told again that the SOS does not check citizenship. The county clerks check citizenship. I called other counties in the area, and they all said they did not check citizenship. They said that it was the SOS's responsibility. On my third call to Mr. Ingram's office, he spoke to me directly. He said, "Ms. Seelig, nobody checks." I told him that I assumed that to be the case and thanked him for the information. In 2020, I decided to check again. I spoke to one of Mr. Ingram's attorneys who told me that they started checking in February of 2019. I said, "That was great. How far back have you gotten?" And she said that the problem was that the Western District Court of Appeals said that they could check forward, but they could not go back. So what does that mean? Those who cheated in the past could keep cheating? No one intended to prosecute them for their past actions? However, they were given the freedom to continue cheating while others were expected to obey the law. So I give up. I give up. Besides the ballot harvesting going on through the ballot board that you could see, it should be one citizen, one vote. I don't want my vote canceled by an illegal vote. I just want my vote to count.
Thank you. Does anybody have any question for the witness?
Thank you. And you can just skip me for the last one.
Thank you much.
I've said my most for 12 hours.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2546? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Jatan to close on the bill.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to address real quick with Mr. Vera's question or statement. As far as I know, voter registrar, we use that intentionally because it's defined somewhere in the code as a tax assessor, county clerk, or election administrator, depending on which one. But we'll double check that just in case. And if there's no other questions, I'll close.
Any members have any questions for the author of the bill? Thank you, Representative Jatan. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4331 and also lays out the committee substitute offered by Representative Jatan. The chair recognizes Representative Chatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here to lay out House Bill 4331 relating to criminal offenses, the creation of creating criminal offenses, providing civil penalty for paid vote harvesting. As expressed in the Bipartisan Commission on Federal Election Reform, chaired by President Jimmy Carter and James Baker, fraud occurs in several ways. Absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. Vote buying schemes are more difficult to detect when citizens vote by mail. States, therefore, should reduce the risk of fraud and abuse in absentee voting by prohibiting third-party organizations, candidates, and political party activists from handling absentee ballots. This was reaffirmed by former President Jimmy Carter in May of 2020 during the pandemic. It is crucial for us to take action against paid vote harvesting, both to protect the integrity of election outcome and to protect individuals' voters' votes from being stolen, which dilutes everyone's votes. The action that we would be prohibited by the actions that would be prohibited by this bill is the payment for direct interaction with an official ballot, a ballot vote by mail, or an application for ballot by mail intended to deliver votes for a specific candidate or measure. It is important to note the connection between the payment and the delivery of the votes, as this bill is not intended to punish those who simply seek to assist voters or to the degree they are legally allowed to in other areas of the election code. A person commits an offense if he knowingly and intentionally provides or offers vote harvesting services in exchange for compensation. The bill does not apply to candidates or measures that do not have direct interaction with the ballot by mail application in the presence of the voter, or direct interaction with the voter's official ballot voted by mail, or carrier envelope. This bill does not impact access to voting in any way. The bill creates a civil course of action allowing for damages and fees to be awarded to the litigant if they prevail in an action against a ballot harvester. House Bill 4331 takes necessary steps to secure mail-in ballot voting so that more can feel confident in their votes being casted and counted accurately. Quoting again from the Carter-Baker Commission report, the vigor of American democracy rests on the votes of each citizen. Only when citizens can freely and privately exercise their right to vote and have their vote recorded correctly can they hold their leaders accountable. Democracy is endangered when people believe that their vote does not matter or are not counted correctly. We must continue to take steps to secure Texas votes. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions for the author of the bill? Okay, if there are no further questions, we will proceed to testimony. I understand that we have two resource witnesses. We have the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office. Does any member of the committee need to hear from either of those at this time? Okay, we'll stand by just in case. The chair calls Elizabeth Alvarez Bingham. Do not see Elizabeth Alvarez Bingham. Robert Green, I believe, left. Is that correct? Bradley Hodges. Joshua Houston. The chair calls Joshua Houston. Mr. Houston, I understand you are still Joshua Houston. You are registered as testifying on behalf of Texas Impact, and you are against the bill. Is all that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
I'm Joshua Houston, Advocacy Director at Texas Impact, and we are here opposed to House Bill 4331. We are the membership organization for mainline Protestants, Jews, and Muslims. The new criminal statute for vote harvesting services is vaguely written, and if applied broadly, would adversely affect our membership. So during the July primary, several of our churches undertook campaigns to get members 65 and older able to vote, which included mailing and hand delivering applications for ballot by mail to parishioners. Now, neither Texas Impact nor our member congregations endorse candidates, but tax-exempt 501c3s do take positions on specific ballot measures, and that's page 1, line 12. So under the language, we would be felons for distributing mail-in ballot applications during a local ballot initiative or constitutional amendment election if we have taken a position for or against that measure. Now, this came up on House Bill 6. We had a conversation about it. With respect to the AG's office, we read it a lot like the NAACP testified on that bill that night. We've read the does not apply section on page 2, lines 3 through 6. It is unclear what specific activities would constitute, and I quote, direct interaction with an application in the presence of the voter. So, for instance, University Presbyterian Church directly called its members. That's interaction with the voter. They even hand-delivered some of those applications to make sure that they got to the parishioner that wanted it. I mean, do we slide it under the door? Can we talk to them face-to-face? That's the kind of specific thing that we're talking about where we think that we're implicated, even if it's not the intent. Prosecutors may want broad discretion, but voters need precise clarity in this area, and we cannot tell what specific activities would be felonious. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Houston? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Eugene Howard. All right. Dr. Candice Matthews. All right, Elizabeth Bingham has returned. Okay. Give me a moment for your name to pop up. Here it is. Elizabeth Alvarez Bingham, you have registered to testify for yourself, and you are for the bill. Is all that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
I'm just here to offer testimony in support of the bill because the civil cause of action provides more access to candidates and parties to remedy harms that they might suffer under voter fraud, because election contests are really difficult to use to litigate and they're extremely expensive. And so having a civil cause of action allows candidates to recover that money and damages whether or not they choose to seek an election contest. Because of the nature of election contests, it also prices out a lot of local races, candidates, school board members, et cetera. And I'm here to answer any questions the committee might have about how the civil actions work.
Thank you. Does anybody have any? The chair recognizes Representative Jatan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. Maybe you can help address the last person's testimony. If a nonprofit takes a stance on a measure and assists its members, at what point would you say that this bill would apply?
Well, although I'm not first of all, I'm not a prosecutor, and I know Chief White is here if you guys need to talk to him further, but I will say that in general, just simply providing information to a voter is not a crime under the current law or this bill. And I think as he has testified and I testified before this committee previously, the election code specifically has a knowing intent inside the code, so we don't prosecute people for election crimes unless they have intentionally committed that violation. I want to make sure that's really clear. We're not prosecuting people for election crimes because of mistakes. The Supreme Court of the United States ruled in excitement video that we should, not prioritize, or we should disincentivize legislatures from making exceptions to that, so we don't really put people in jail for strict liability crimes. The only strict liability crimes in the penal code are mostly Class C misdemeanors, things like traffic violations. So unless a person knowingly violates with personal contact for the voter, then they're not going to, this bill's not going to apply. And the other important element here, which I'm sure Chief White can speak to if you need him to, is that payment has to be, or a payment of some kind has to change hands. And we're not talking about, regular incentives like, oh, she's proud of me, or oh, I really like her, or I want my friend to win. We're talking about the kind we might lift from other sections of the penal code related to extortion, bribery, those kinds of crimes. So these are not terms that are just made up. They're related to other forms of the penal code.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for the witness? Well, thank you very much for your testimony and for making your way back to the room. Bonnie Seelig has told us that she doesn't want to testify, right? Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of HB 4331. This one's personal. In collecting their payments from campaigns and PACs, ballot harvesters are preying on the most vulnerable of our voting population. They're victimizing elderly, disabled residents of nursing homes and assisted living centers. They're picking on old people. Based on reports from the Secretary of State, a significant portion, if not the majority, of complaints of mail ballot harvesting involve nursing homes and assisted living centers. And it's not just some scheme where they sneak in and steal a resident's votes. It regularly involves confrontation with elderly voters and threats of retaliation for noncompliance. We interviewed multiple families after the 2018 primary election and found out that the ballot harvesters were themselves employees of the nursing homes who threatened the voters with loss of a meal, loss of a ride to church, loss of visitors if they didn't comply with the request to sign the mail ballot. Ballot harvesting in nursing homes is disgusting. It's not just some kids throwing eggs at the house of a neighbor they don't like. These are adults victimizing elderly or disabled nursing home residents for money. This bill appropriately escalates the penalties for this kind of despicable conduct to higher levels. We urge you to report it favorably to the full House.
And Mr. Vera, you've testified so many times tonight, I forget if I verified that you registered as Alan Vera.
I said it perfectly.
You did say it.
Yeah.
You're on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party,
Absolutely.
Ballot Security Committee, and you're for the bill.
Yeah, mi amigo sabe.
All right. Any questions for the witness? Thank you for your testimony. All right. I'm going to run through one more time to make sure that we didn't miss any of these folks. Robert Green is gone. Bradley Hodges is gone. Eugene Howard. Dr. Candice Matthews. Okay. Does anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4331? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Jatan, to close on the bill.
All right, if there's no further questions, I close.
Anybody have any questions for Representative Jatan? Thank you, Representative Jatan. If there is no objection, the committee substitute will be withdrawn and the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1026 and recognizes my desk mate, Representative Middleton, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. A little earlier than I thought. Thank y'all for going quick through everything. Tonight I'm laying out House Bill 1026. So House Bill 1026 would centralize and streamline voter registration and provide additional uniform state oversight of our state's voter rolls with an eye on checking to prevent unauthorized voting. Instead of 254 different voter registration agencies like we have now by county, we would have one and would remove a large unfunded mandate, which right now is estimated at $55 million per year from Texas counties. House Bill 1026 designates the Secretary of State as the voter registrar for the state. I've been made aware, by the way, by a number of stakeholders of issues with some of the conforming changes in this bill that remove voter registration functions of counties such as the volunteer deputy voter registrar and the high school deputy voter registrar. And that's not the intent of this bill. I'm working on changes to this bill which are not ready yet, so I have to lay out the original version here tonight that will clarify that the Secretary of State shall be mandated to carry out those functions. They're not eliminated. They'll be mandated to carry them out. As part of its role as voter registrar, the Secretary of State will review all applications to register to vote and make a determination as to whether the voter is authorized to vote in the state. This includes a citizenship verification with the Department of Public Safety when they're registering, and also the Secretary of State will do a one-time audit of the entire list of voters eligible as of September 1st, 2021, and a quarterly audit of the list each quarter, and that's already in law right now. It just somewhat expands it. Lastly, the bill requires proof of citizenship for individuals who register to vote in person with DPS. Some of this is frankly already occurring with Real ID that we began implementing, I believe, in 2016, where you have to have proof of residency and citizenship. However, we know there are certain gaps to that right now. So the statewide computerized voter registration list was implemented actually nearly 35 years ago now. So this is already occurring with the TEAM system, which is the Texas Election Administration Management list maintenance system that we have right now when voters move and they're essentially kicked off the rolls and where they were registered when they moved to a different county. Members, this change will make a major administrative change in our how we maintain our voter rolls, but it also takes a major administrative burden off of our counties and streamlines the voter registration system and frankly increases the integrity of our voter rolls. I'm working on changes to this bill that I referenced earlier. I'd like to make the Secretary of State the chief voter registrar, with the county voter registrars as the agents of the Secretary of State for the purposes of the deputy voter registrar programs. I also believe the Secretary of State should be the sole responsibility of the Secretary of State to maintain the list of registered voters. The Secretary of State should also ensure that applications to vote are accepted locally, but verified by the Secretary of State. So the intent of this bill is to bring uniformity and state oversight. The Secretary of State has maintained a centralized list for many years. This bill simply adds certain checks to help and make sure that only legally qualified voters are on the rolls. Mr. Chairman, members, that concludes my layout, and I reserve the right to close, and I yield for questions.
Members, are there any questions for, so before I recognize you, I will turn the gavel back over to the chairman and he can recognize you.
Chair now recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you. Have you consulted with the OAG's office or any other attorney in regards to your bill and whether it is compliant with federal law?
I have not consulted with the OAG's office.
Okay, because I would suggest that you should. And I hope that the OAG's office is still here as a resource witness. I know that he was here a little bit ago. In regards to that, have you spoken to MALDEF or LULAC or NAACP as far as what their concerns are with this bill?
I've had some individuals, I'm not sure who they are associated with, that have had concerns about the Deputy Voter Registrar program. Maybe they're associated with some of those groups, and those are some of the changes I talked about that I want to work on. So.
Okay, so you don't know if you spoke to those groups in particular?
I don't know if someone was a representative or somehow associated.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. We'll bring you back up after hearing testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now calls. Who's here from the Secretary of State's office? Keith Ingram.
Hello, committee. My name is Keith Ingram. I'm the director of the Elections Division at the Texas Secretary of State's office, and I'm here on HB 1026.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ingram, thank you so much. I do have quite a few questions. This bill deals a lot with centralization. It deals a lot with putting a lot more power and responsibility on the Secretary of State. Takes, in its current form that I'm seeing, it takes away a lot of VDR and a lot of roles that we do. So I just want to know about if we can go through a lot of the systems here. How does the administrative side of voter registration work? And what I'm getting at is, it's all in team now, right? Is that correct? Can you explain team to everybody so we all understand what team is and what it's being done for?
Sure. The Help America Vote Act of 2002 required that every state have an electronic centralized voter registration database. Texas's version of that is TEAM, Texas Election Administration Management. And we've had it in place since 2007. It was significantly updated with a vendor in 2015.
Can you talk about what security measures we have in place around TEAM and what it's doing and how we're keeping that data secure?
So we've got a number of security measures that are in place. I don't really want to go into detail about it, but we have
it's safe and secure though.
Two-factor authentication since 2016. We've also encrypted the data at rest, and we've put in place a number of other measures to alert us if something different than normal is going on.
This is our statewide voter list, 16.9 million registered voters in this list, correct?
That's correct. The tweak that Texas has that I don't know of another state that has it is that we've got kind of a hybrid system because we've got 215 or so counties that use TEAM directly. So they enter a voter and request a VUID in TEAM in real time. And then we've got 39 counties that use their own voter registration database and then batch process with us overnight to keep them in sync.
Who are the, not to list the 39 counties, why do we have 39 counties that do it, Taylor?
Well, the original version of Team was less than satisfactory and did not have a very good track record of staying operational during elections. And so a lot of the larger counties who could afford their own system use their own system.
Okay, so 39 counties do batch, so it's, my next question is about how real time is the data. So for 39 counties, it's that night, the next day?
Exactly. So if a new voter registration comes into an offline county, they will enter the data into their system. That information will come to us that night for the live check process. The live check process uses whatever number the voter registered with, either their driver's license number or their social security number and their last name to check their ID. And that information will go back to the county the next night, and then they'll give a VUA to the...
So for 39 counties, it's a 24-hour process. For the other counties, it's instant? Is that right?
Virtually instant, yes.
Virtually instant. So if you're moving from one county to another, VDR, you want to change, you want to get registered, it pulls you and puts you in almost instantly in the process.
That's right.
Okay. So keeping it pretty timely, accurate data, no matter what of the two cycles we do, you would say it's timely and accurate data on how we do that?
Yes, you know, it obviously at this point depends upon the county to enter the data in a timely fashion, but they've got 30 days from the time they receive a voter registration application to enter it into the system and issue a voter registration certificate.
Yeah. So right now, though, the Secretary of State oversees teams. So we have a central database of registered voters that y'all oversee. All right. Can you walk me through whatever kind of list maintenance exists right now with team?
The list maintenance activities are with regard to deceased persons, felons. There's a non-citizen process and mentally incapacitated and people who move. So those are the things that we have in place right now. And they virtually all work the same way. We'll get a list from the Bureau of Vital Statistics of deceased persons. We will match that list to the voter list, and we will send the matches to the appropriate county. The county will then have a task show up on their dashboard to work. And so what they need to do, according to the election code, is use any lawful means at their disposal to investigate whether or not that person actually is deceased. If they can make a determination that the person is or is not deceased, then they can either cancel the voter or mark the task as worked because the voter's not dead. If they can't really make a determination, then they have to send a notice of examination to the voter and give them 30 days to respond. And if the voter responds within 30 days, obviously they're not canceled. If they don't respond within 30 days, they are canceled. If for some reason a voter is canceled erroneously and they show up to vote, then under 16037D of the election code, they will be immediately reinstated and allowed to vote.
And their vote will count that time?
That's right.
That's good to know. All right. Can you talk about ERIC? I don't know if everyone knows what ERIC is.
ERIC is the Electronic Registration Information Center. It's something that the legislature appropriated money for us to join last session, and we did join last year. ERIC, it has two components. It requires that states reach out to the eligible but unregistered voters and give them a reminder that you can register to vote and here's how to get an application. It also gives us information with regard to deceased persons from the Social Security Administration's Death Master File. It gives us information with regard to in-state duplicate registrations. It gives us information with regard to in-state movers, people who move to a different county in the state, and out-of-state movers.
Okay, so it really helps us on the national as people come and go, right?
It helps us.
Because it's done by a lot of the states in the country, right?
There are 30 states plus Washington, D.C. that are currently members.
Okay.
And it also gives us a report of persons who may have voted in more than one state in the same election.
So these are tools we already have in place that are helping us, would you say, maintain an accurate and secure list of registered voters?
Absolutely.
Do you see any significant issues with noncompliance from any of the counties?
I wouldn't. Sometimes, it's not a frequent occurrence, but sometimes we'll have a situation where there's just a refusal to do a task that they're supposed to do, and most of the time, though, it's if they're not doing it properly, it's because they don't know how.
Do y'all have oversight when they're not to get in there and fix it or help it, or?
Not really. We have one hammer, and so it depends on how big the county is, how big the hammer is, and that is if they're in substantial noncompliance with their voter registration duties, specifically if they're not batch processing with us overnight, or in one case in Harris County several years ago when they refused to take any action with regard to a list of deceased voters that we sent them, then we can cut off their Chapter 19 money.
Okay.
For some counties, that's a pretty good-sized hammer. For smaller counties, it's a few $100s.
Sure. Okay. We have a form of online voter registration through Texas DPS right now.
Since last September, yes.
How does that work with the database, with our team and our list, the team and our list and voter registration?
So we have been receiving applications, voter registration applications from the Department of Public Safety since 2010 electronically. So if somebody went to an in-person transaction at DPS, said they wanted to use the information to register to vote, we would get that information electronically and send it to the proper county to work. Since September, we are also getting the yeses from an online transaction at DPS. So if somebody has renewed their driver's license or updated their address at DPS online, and they say they want to use that information to register to vote, we're getting those transactions now.
And they get registered that way?
That's right.
Is that real time?
It's an overnight process.
Okay, so pretty quick.
The next night we'll get that information and send it to the county.
And have you felt secure in how that process works, coming from them to y'all and getting those people registered to vote?
Absolutely.
I appreciate you educating all of us on how this process works. It seems like we have a strong centralized list of registered voters that goes through regular maintenance to make sure it's accurate, safe, and secure and timely, and I appreciate the input. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Representative Beckley.
Thank you. So we just got the fiscal note on this. Is it going to the Secretary of State, which is almost $107 million?
For the biennium, yes.
Yeah. So it looks like you're going to get, it would produce 758 employees for the Secretary of State's office. Is that
That's correct. That would be the full-time employees. Obviously, when it gets close to a voter registration deadline, we would have to hire temps to keep up with the load.
So you'd have to do that too. So is that included in this, or that is not included?
That is not included.
That is not included. And is like renting buildings, all that kind of information, is that, or is this just the salaries?
To the best of our ability, we put all of those costs in there.
Okay. So it's looking at $55 to $50 million a year.
That's right.
Added to the state budget.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? I've got some. So we're discussing that I've heard maybe you say you believe we have a strong statewide list. We've got 30 states and DC using ERIC. So we have a weakness. We're not using all states in ERIC, so.
I agree with that.
Okay. And how about the, what do we call them? The death, and what are those, the reports coming up, what is it, 10 days after 30 days, what's the current rule?
Right, for the local registrars of death to report information to us, yes.
Mm-hmm. What's the rule, what's the timeline there?
It's by the 10th day of the month following the death that that the local registrar of death received the information.
Okay. So presently, the statewide list may have some deceased people on it.
Sure.
Okay. And outside of withholding money, maybe small counties don't care about that $200, your agency can't do anything about making sure that they make the determination.
We can assist and advise, and we can train.
How often do you get lists from the Bureau of Vital Statistics?
Weekly.
Weekly. Okay. And so it's not instantaneous?
It's not.
When you mentioned virtually instantaneous earlier, what do we mean by that?
When a new voter is entered by an online county, it goes through the live check process and gets back to the county.
Okay. So we've got virtual instantaneousness with new voters. We have a delay in maybe taking off people that have found not to be eligible to vote. are no longer in the world of the living or no longer residents of this state.
I agree with that.
We have room for improvement.
Sure, absolutely, always.
What could make it better?
I think that more timely information with regard to deceased persons, that some bills that y'all have looked at, I think that will definitely help.
Okay.
Get ineligible persons.
Do we have any standards to help the locals, how to make the determinations? You provide them a list, and then they have to use, I believe you said, any resource available to make that determination. Do we give them ideas on how to help make that determination?
We don't, and I would love to do so. We've got an exceptional item in our budget request for 4 trainers, and that's what we would love for those people to do, is train counties up close and personal in exactly what process they should be thinking about whenever they are doing list maintenance. We think that we could improve the county part of list maintenance with better training.
Yeah.
And to do that, we need resources.
So budget cuts to your office would not help?
Budget cuts with our office
make sure it's
have occurred in the past and have not helped this process.
Yeah. Okay. Would you need authorization by the legislature to go ahead and, I don't know, come up with standards and practices, or is your agency under current law already able to maybe do that, but you just need the funding?
No, we do advisories, and we send out advisories with, best practices for list maintenance. We did that in 2019 for sure, and there's nothing that prevents us from doing that. What I would like to add to that, though, is a training component with the counties at a regional small group basis or individually, so that it's not just, a couple of thousand words on a page. It's training, interactive, face-to-face, where let's go through real-life scenarios.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, Eric, does that get things from the Social Security Administration on death?
Death master file, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. How quickly do you feel Eric is in response as far as people? So can you run us through it? So is it someone moves and then we know they moved because they did something in that state that lets us know they're now somewhere else? What is it?
Usually it's a driver's license transaction, either in Texas or in the other state. It could be a voter registration transaction. The way Eric works is they get a list from every state of the drivers and the voters, and they do the matching from all of those lists. And the benefit for a lot of states is that they don't have any portion of the Social Security number, but the driver's license agency in every state does. So the value added for most states is they're now getting the last 4 of social as a matching criteria. We already have full 9s for most of our voters, so we're finding that Eric that our list is already pretty good.
Okay. And does Real ID come into play with this?
Real ID definitely comes into play with regard to the information at the driver's license office.
Okay. And it's going to be finished soon. It's in process, right?
That's right.
So it'll be improved by the time it's finished?
Sure.
The process will, okay. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Thank you all.
The chair now calls Jonathan White with the Attorney General's office. By the way, for folks in the audience, realize there may be some important questions I might be able to go and answer up front. So hopefully maybe answer questions people may have in the audience. Got you down as Jonathan White, Chief Jonathan White, here on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General. You are here to testify neutral, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed. Members, any questions? The chair recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you. Mr. White, have you reviewed the Arizona statute and the Kansas proposition that were struck down by the federal courts by chance?
I don't believe I have.
Well, they were in regards to the National Voter Registration Act. Have you looked at the federal law to make a determination as to whether this legislation, if passed, violates federal law?
I haven't done an in-depth analysis of this statute. No, and I think Arizona, if I remember correctly, has a bifurcated state and federal system so that they can have some requirements like a citizenship check up front at registration for state elections, but not federal. So, but I don't see that in this bill, I don't think.
Well, In the Arizona case, Judge Scalia actually concluded that, and I'll quote, the court concluded that the fairest reading of the statute is that a state-imposed requirement of evidence of citizenship not required by the federal form is inconsistent with the NVRA mandate that states accept and use the federal form. And this has been consistent. I mean, in this bill right here, I mean, how is it different? I don't understand how it's different and how it wouldn't violate federal law.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, is there an upfront citizenship check at voter registration in this bill? I didn't.
Yes.
That's not what I was seeing. So, but this isn't a bill that I've reviewed in depth. But that's not what I saw. A requirement at registration for a citizenship to be proven, or the voter can't register. Okay, that's not the way I read this bill.
Well, I mean, there's a.
I don't want to. I do want to stay in my lane, though, in terms of prosecution of cases and not weighing in on constitutionality of statutes, because that's not actually my department.
Well, I mean, I would like for an opportunity to be able to ask you questions. I mean, because you're going to be enforcing this bill if it does pass. I would like for you to have the opportunity to actually read it, so I can ask you some of these questions and I can get an answer to my questions.
I can certainly answer any prosecution type questions that you have about this bill. If you're going to ask a constitutionality question, I might have to punt on that, though, and that would just be out of respect for getting you the right answer.
Well, I mean, there's just concern that, I mean, if it does violate federal law, which, I mean, it clearly does, because 2 courts have ruled on that, I mean, what kind of money and how many hours is the AG's office going to spend defending this bill?
I have no idea about that, and I don't have a copy of the bill in front of me, unfortunately.
Did you happen to hear, were you here when Representative Middleton was laying the bill out?
Unfortunately, I was in transit and got called right back, so I missed that, and I apologize.
I was just curious if he mentioned he was going to take this, reduce the bill down. Is that true? Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. Proceed, Vice Chair.
Well, I mean, I have several questions to ask Mr. White, but he hasn't read the bill in depth, so, I mean, I don't think my questions are really going to get answered. And I think it's important for them to get answered, because that's how we can make a decision as to where we are on the bill. So.
My understanding of Arizona's current system is that it complies with federal law and it has a bifurcated state and federal registration system. And so for federal registrations, they follow the NVRA and its requirements. For the state system, they can basically check whatever they want. And so they've got that system in place. And I think that may be the workaround for certain types of restrictions at registration.
I don't know if any other members have some other questions. I just want to kind of look through my things real quick before I move on.
Members, any other questions for Mr. White? Thank you, Mr. White. BC, we may call you back up, it sounds like.
I'll take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back up real quick. I don't feel like it. Representative Middleton, can I bring you back up, please? Just a moment. Could you... One moment. So, Representative Middleton, I'm recognizing you to maybe give some more comments on this bill. Could you tell us and remind us during your layout of what you believe is going to be happening to this bill so that we can try and understand?
Well, I mainly address the issue of the volunteer deputy voter registrar and, for example, the deputy high school voter registrar and all the various VDR statutes that are repealed that we want to make sure those are mandated, not because right now it's permissive and it needs to be mandated. That's one of the big changes that needs to happen. So, and how you go about that is something that we're going to work on here, because, I mean, the concept that I discussed was the Secretary of State is the chief voter registrar, and then the instead of for example, the tax assessor or whoever is designated the voter registrar in each county becomes essentially the agent of the Secretary of State. They're already getting Chapter 19 funding to me, that makes more sense. So.
And has there been any discussion between you and members on the substitute that you're working on of modifying Section 4 of your bill?
That's, I believe, the one that was just brought up by Representative Gonzalez. We have talked about a committee substitute that would track similarly to 18068, which currently is addressed in the as-filed version of the bill. We've looked at a committee sub that essentially expands on that section, which is already in the code.
With the goal of complying with federal law?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any questions for the chair? Recognizes Representative Vera.
Representative Milton, good evening. I wish it was a little later so we wouldn't disappoint you, but
it's better than 1 to 5 a.m. the other night.
There you go.
I'll take it.
Well, your hair still looks much better than mine. Let me ask you a question. If this bill, and I don't know if this question's for you or the Secretary of State, but we're asking people to register by mail, right? Isn't that what the big issue is here? Is that there's so much fraud in voting by mail, registering by mail? How is that? How are we going to do that safely and securely versus voting by mail?
Well, this only deals with registration, so I mean that's the mechanics of kind of what we talked about that we're in flux a little bit. I can't lay out a committee sub without a committee sub, but I guess I can speak on maybe the direction we hope to go here, which.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, the intent is to bring more centralization to it, right? I mean, that's what we're already doing that. I mean, we've already heard testimony from the Secretary of State. That's what the Chapter 19 funding is for. And obviously we know that that's a huge cost on counties. The fiscal note is quite large, which I guess that gives you the number of what's being spent locally. I mean, I guess that's a good extrapolation right now.
Thank you. Representative Milton, just a quick question to kind of piggyback off of the one from Representative Fierro. In a syllogistic way, okay? Does a fraudulent, illegal voter registration, take away a vote of a legitimate citizen? I mean, I'm trying to understand, does registration steal someone's vote?
It does. It
does?
Yes, one illegal vote. Well, one illegal vote cancels out.
Okay, but what about registration? I would say it does not, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the issues. Like, I think my tax assessor has entered testimony into the record. She's the voter registrar in Galveston County, and I can speak on that later. But
the chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
I don't think I was done with my questions yet, but thank you for asking that follow-up question for me.
You got it. Chair recognizes. Okay. Sorry, Representative Fierro.
If I illegal register, that's a voter fraud, correct? Okay. Just clarifying Chairman Kane's question for me.
Okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
So thank you, Chairman. Representative Middleton, are you going to just take out section 13.0721, the entire section, so that you can be compliant with the federal law?
Well, I'm going to have to talk to the Attorney General's office about that once they've had the opportunity to
once they read the
review
bill?
it. Yeah. I mean, that's hopefully what we get.
That would be good, considering we've been getting calls since you filed this bill. Would have thought we'd already have this committee substitute by now.
It's a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, it's a lot of phone calls. It's a lot of wasted time, and I don't know why you need this bill. So could you answer that question? Why do we need this bill?
Sure. I'll go back to my tax assessor's statement that she entered into the record, and we last time their session, there was an issue that came up with non-citizens that are on the voter rolls. In Galveston County, my tax assessor identified 300. She has not been able to remove those from the voter rolls. We know one in particular voted illegally for 12 years. And, we had a city council race decided by one vote one time. So, that is an issue. And those actually went to a non-citizen legal permanent resident is I think what was determined. Nearly all of those were. So all of those issues. So it was, like the real ID there is some citizenship verification in there, but then if you're a legal permanent resident, it's a different, like you can provide a passport, in a different, from a different country, or a legal permanent resident ID of some kind. So we have an issue there, and it's frankly never been addressed.
But this bill is going to end up in the federal court because it's illegal. So how much money is that going to add to the fiscal note?
Well, we know right now we're spending $55 million on the county level, and they can't seem to get it done because we don't have this in
You can't
place.
say that the same amount on the
Well, I mean, I don't know who's going to file suit. I mean, I can't speculate as to that. I mean, anybody can sue for anything at any time. Just doesn't mean you're going to win. And that's how our court system works. So
Texas loses quite a bit.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative Middleton. We're going to move on to testimony. All right, I'm going to do some on deck. Go down to the end. We're going to go to the Z's and end up. So just to be fair to you guys. So on deck would be Patricia Zavala, Roxy D. Hall Williamson, and Gerald Welty. Any of those people here? Zavala? I believe Roxy's here. Roxy D. Hall Williamson. Hi, ma'am. Just going to repeat it again. You got you down as Roxy D. Hall Williamson. You're here on behalf of yourself. You're against this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I just like saying your name. It's
Thank you. Get used to it.
all right.
Looks like I'm going to be here a lot.
Excellent. Welcome to your capital. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chair, Committee, again. This whole bill is problematic. And thank you for having him come back up because it changed my whole trajectory of what I wanted to say. It's amazing to me that Cheryl Johnson's office can't purge 300, I guess, problematic voter registrations, yet she purged thousands of eligible voters. That is really striking a chord with me right now. I have a problem with all of that. Just every section is a problem. I think the whole bill should be scratched, and if they want to do something more conducive to protecting voters and enhancing the process, I'm all on board for that. The whole thing is problematic. I'm done.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, last call. Patricia Zavala. Gerald Welty. All right, on deck. David Weinberg. Chair calls David Weinberg. Here on behalf of the Brennan Center for Justice. Well, let you get there, sir. Go ahead. Got you, David Weinberg. Here on behalf of the Brennan Center for Justice. You are against this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman, members. We're having a very, very important and a very, very serious conversation this legislative session about voting. I would say the work of this committee is some of the most important work that any committee is doing this session at the legislature, not to take anything away from all of our other fabulous committees. But we're having this really big conversation about what are we doing? Are we doing election integrity, or are we doing voter suppression? And in terms of voter suppression, we've heard a lot of conversation about vote by mail fraud. Today we had a very long and in-depth conversation about security of voting machines. We've heard some testimony about counties were doing things during the pandemic last year that were not explicitly allowed by the state. I haven't heard a lot of talk and concern about voter registration yet. Before us here tonight, we are hearing a bill that, in its original form, eliminates branch offices for county registrars, eliminates deputy registrars, volunteer registrars, and high school registrars, eliminates the ability to submit a voter registration by fax, eliminates postmark as a received by deadline, and deletes the extension of a deadline that falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday to the next business day. That, to me, looks like voter suppression and making voting harder. I think that in this conversation that we're having at the legislature and with the public, there is a big question of trust. And if we're going to be, if we want the public to trust us in terms of what we're doing, what our intentions are, then hearing a bill that eliminates lots and lots of different forms of voter registration in Texas is very problematic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weinberg, what can we do to make, not this, what can we do to make registering to vote more accessible and still safe and secure?
Online registration is something I think 30 states have. As I understand it, I think we've partially started to do in Texas when people are renewing registrations with DPS. But again, when we talk about where are we in Texas, what have we doing? Have we done? There's been in testimony on other voting bills that we're already a state where it's one of the most difficult places to vote in the country. There was a recent study done that said that we are the most difficult place to vote in the country. And one of the things in that study that it pointed out was that there are these hoops you have to jump through if you want to do voter registration. In other states, I remember I used to live in New York, and as a college activist, I would just go in the subway and put up a table and have voter registration forms, and people would fill them out. But here you've got to do special training. Maybe that's a good idea, but it is, it is one of a number of things that makes voting in this state onerous. And now we have a bill before us that is eliminating deputy voter registrars. So,
I just think if we want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, my goal is to make registering to vote more accessible and more easy. There are people concerned about security and safety, and your answer to that is online voter registration.
Well, there are lots of things that could be done. There is federal legislation being contemplated right now that would do any number of things in terms of expanding opportunities for people to vote. So that's just one of many, many ideas. But I think this is a hard and fast shot in the wrong direction.
I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg, can you tell me what qualifies a person to be able to register to vote in Texas?
I believe they have to be 18 years of age.
Anything else? There's going to be 18?
If you are
Do they need to be a
felon, I don't believe
Do you
you're.
need to be resident?
Yes.
Legal resident?
Yes.
American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's some other exceptions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if we're to register them, how do we verify those things?
I believe, we could bring the Secretary of State back up in terms of.
What do you think this should be the way we verify those things to be eligible?
I'm not here to speak about how to register voters tonight, no.
Okay. I thought you were concerned about making sure we had secure elections.
No, I guess I'm not here to micromanage how counties and the Secretary of State and TPS do voter registration. They can come talk about how they do that. I'm not here to tell them how to do it.
Okay. What does your organization do?
The Brennan Center for Justice is a nonprofit, nonpartisan law and policy center focused on the twin pillars of democracy and justice. The Brennan Center does research into policies that make voting more accessible while improving the integrity of our elections.
Mm-hmm. Now, you're a voting rights advisor. Are you an attorney?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think everybody residing in this state who's over the age of 18 should be able to register to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of their
I believe they
status?
I believe they are.
Regardless of their status?
Status of what?
I don't know. Status, wherever they're from. Maybe they just moved here. Maybe they're legal U.S. residents, they're residents of another state. Should they be able to register to vote?
If they move to Texas and they're a permanent resident here, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well done. I can dance too. I like it. All right. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of HB 1026. You can't keep doing the same things over and over again and expect different results. In Harris County for the last 6 years, in our examination of our voter rolls maintained by the County Voter Registrar, we have found the following over and over again. Deceased voters still on the rolls who've been dead for 2 to 6 years. Voters illegally registered at residences, which are 3 by 5 inch commercial post office boxes, which according to the Secretary of State is not where you live. Voters who are also registered to vote in other states and other counties. Voters who are registered to vote multiple times at the same address because they have lengthy ethnic names and they change the middle names frequently. Citizens have the right to expect current and accurate voter rolls. In the private sector, if you don't do your job accurately, you get fired. Here in state government, and local government, under our current system, you just go right along maintaining sloppy voter rolls and you get to keep your job. I can't tell you why the county voter registrar system isn't working, but it isn't. Although the bill seems to call for dramatic change in maintaining our voter registration system, we believe the proposed change is necessary and overdue. We can't keep doing the same things over and over and expect different results. We recommend you report this bill favorably to the full House.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Vera. Okay, the chair now calls up, or rather, on notice, on deck, Jason Tapper, Maggie Stern. Jason Tapper, coming up, Jason Tapper. And was it Maggie Stern is in the audience? Okay, great. All right, I've got you as Jason Tapper. You're here on behalf of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism and yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
Pronounced Taper, but otherwise,
Taper.
Yes, sir.
Jason Taper.
Yes, sir.
Good to know. When everything else is accurate, please proceed.
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Taper. I have never missed an election in which I could legally vote. I entered into political consciousness on a confirmation trip with my synagogue to meet and lobby our federal representatives with the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism, the same organization with which I am currently testifying. Their office was where the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, was drafted, and that day I jumped into campaign world, became enamored with this world of politics. I am a voter deputy registrar. Here's a form to prove it. Here in Travis County, I have experienced from start to finish that our VDR system is secure and transparent. Our Republican Secretary of State has assured us that all 253 other counties are similarly secure and transparent. That is directly from the 2020 Election Security Update webpage. Nothing could improve the election integrity we've displayed with our VDR system, except, of course, automatic or online voter registration. If we had a single statewide voter registration website and database, I wouldn't be as worried about the gaps that we will be leaving by banning volunteer voter registration as per the original layout of this bill. After all, making VDRs register county by county is already a barrier to democracy. A single statewide deputization would also help. But this bill, in its current form, does not do that. It instead outlaws the exact free help that the state desperately needs. If the legislature won't make voter registration automatic or technologically accessible, volunteers need to. I have seen firsthand the necessity of human VDRs who know their community. We need VDRs because, unlike you and I, most people are not political junkies. I have knocked on doors, registered voters at their doors, in neighborhoods that politicians write off as non-voting, who have never before been told of the 1 month before an election registration deadline. I've had to guide voters box by box on their VR form, not to mistake county for country or risk having their vote thrown out. Right? Similarly, I've had to play handwriting police because one misspelled or illegible letter means a vote gets thrown out. In other words, if it weren't for the generosity of folks like myself, VDRs across the state, there would be entire communities, entire swaths of our state that would be cut out from the entire voting process because of the same bureaucratic red tape that small government conservatives rail against. I see that the light is red. I see that you're motioning. So I will just close with death by strangulation of red tape is exactly what would happen if the bill as originally laid out and abolished VDRs went through.
Thank you, Mr. Taper, for your generosity. The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tabor, I just jumped at something you said. As when I read this bill, it seems like a lot of the goal is centralization. You talked about a concern that we have 254 counties of VDRs and different, you have to get, you mentioned a statewide one. Can you expand on that and what that idea is?
Sure. As current law, voter registration is done by voter deputy registrars and deputized by county voter registrars, in my case, Bruce Elfant, tax assessor. To have to register county by county, to me is a barrier to democracy because, for example, if we were to have a modern day freedom ride, folks could not go from county to county registering folks to vote. I think inherently having a county by county system is a barrier.
So you think a statewide system where you would get trained, it'd be the same across the state, would be better and would help us have access to get people registered across the state? I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to find some middle ground here where you're arguing if we could have one training that you could do it and then you can go register Texans and you drop the county line. So then you could do that and you could be a Texas-wide VDR in a sense, but it also leads to centralization. It's just an idea I guess I'm throwing out because I like that idea that you mentioned and I'm trying to look at the bill author here when he wants a goal of centralization and you're saying let's drop the 254 county system, let's have a statewide system and then you can go register anyone in the state, but then it is through the state training, right? Anyways.
Right. I think the training is necessary. Some kind of training is necessary. Yeah. But I think the more access VDRs have to different communities, the more work VDRs can do across communities, the stronger our democracy will be.
Well, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm trying to talk about a way that maybe we can get to centralization and do this and create that more registration access.
Got it. Yeah. So as a VDR, you've got to register with the county registrar. That's right.
That's correct.
You'd like to be a statewide VDR, right? So how about the Secretary of State was a statewide voter registrar? What do you think about that?
As currently written, this bill abolishes all voter deputy.
No, I just meant only that part, just the Secretary of State being a statewide registrar.
If I would be allowed to go to every county in the state and register voters, I would like that.
All right. What about the Secretary of State being a statewide voter registrar?
I'm sorry?
What about the Secretary of State being the registrar for the whole state?
So long as I get to go register voters in every county, I'm happy.
You're good, buddy. Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you, Mr. Taper. Oh, raise your hand. The chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
So if the Secretary of State made you a voter registrar and you were in a district like mine that is in the corner of 3 counties, that would make your life a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Taper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair now calls Maggie Stern. All right, I've got you down as Maggie Stern. You are here on behalf of the Children's Defense Fund Texas and yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
All correct.
Please proceed.
Sure. Good evening. I'm testifying on behalf of CDF Texas against HB 1026. We echo the concerns that you'll hear from other testimonies against centralizing voter registration with the Secretary of State and against codifying inaccurate citizenship verifications that instill fear among voters and can lead to voter purges, as we saw in 2019. And I would also note that this follows a disturbing pattern of disregarding and dismissing input from noted civil rights organizations who testify week after week, session after session, that these provisions disproportionately criminalize and suppress Black and Latinx voters. Certainly glad to hear the bill authors state that the intent of this bill is not to repeal the role of volunteer deputy registrars or high school deputy registrars. As has been said, VDRs work tirelessly to register voters despite the many barriers to registration created and maintained by the state. If the concern is an updated and accurate voter roll, the best fix is not to centralize power with one office to the tune of $100 million, but to bring Texas into the modern era with 41 other states that already allow for online voter registration. A more appropriate role for the Secretary of State might be to help facilitate the HSVR section of this code by training high school deputy registrars, affirmatively mailing enough voter registration applications to Texas high schools, and tracking compliance and providing additional supports to schools that need it. Raising additional barriers to registration through provisions like those included in HB 1026, even if the language is changed as previously mentioned, discourages participation, particularly among our youngest and newest voters. Our young voters already faced the highest costs of voting, even compared to other Texans in a state that has the highest cost of voting in the country. I provided more data on those costs and their effect on young voters in my written testimony, which you have before you, and many of those costs are tied directly to the registration process. HSVR is one way to mitigate these disparities by reaching students with timely, relevant, and engaging information. Voting is habitual and persistent, and whether someone is able to vote in the first few elections in which they are eligible to participate is predictive of their voting patterns for the rest of their lives. We need to be supporting young Texans to become lifelong civic participants rather than creating new and unnecessary barriers. We urge you to oppose HB 1026. Thank you.
Stern. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls James Slattery. Mr. Slattery, I've got you, of course. You're going to pass something out. Go ahead. Here's James Slattery. You are here on behalf of the Texas Civil Rights Project. You are not for this bill. You are against it. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. May proceed.
Section 4 would require most Texans registering to vote to have their citizenship verified through DPS. And if DPS cannot match an applicant or doesn't have citizenship data on them, that applicant would have to affirmatively prove their citizenship. But we've seen already how flawed DPS data is. In 2019, we had the voter purge that happened here based on flawed DPS data that does not update in real time with citizenship information that only identified many naturalized citizens who had registered to vote after naturalization. That led to a public fiasco, including a successful lawsuit against the state, including attorney's fees and the failed confirmation of a Secretary of State. Separately, but relatedly, the Supreme Court has held that the National Voter Registration Act preempts any attempt by states to force voters to affirmatively prove citizenship before registering. The provision, this provision would also violate the federal mandate that voters must be able to register up to 30 days before an election, because it puts registrations on hold until citizenship is verified, which, as the bill acknowledges, may take several months. Also, on the high school voter registration piece, we would really like that to survive in the next version of the bill that comes through. This 1985 law, which requires every public and private high school to offer voter registration to eligible students, has been vital in engaging young people in our civic life, and it has the potential to make Texas a leader in youth voter registration and voter turnout, and should be kept. That's it.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Yes. The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I see it right here. I just want to make sure you pointed out areas that, in your opinion, violate federal law. I just want to make sure we have that so we can get that to the bill author and talk about it as they're working on the draft. But that's all in this handout?
Yes. So particularly the third full paragraph, we talk about the National Voter Registration Act does not allow states to require proof of citizenship when they're registering to vote, and this bill would do that. Also, federal law requires that citizens be allowed to register to vote up to 30 days before an election, but under the proof of citizenship process here, there is, if you're not automatically verified, then you are, I forget exactly, but I think you have 60 days to respond to this notice, then are you a citizen or not? So in theory, you might have to register to vote much further in advance than 30 days in order to get through that process to the end.
No, I appreciate it. And I've got the handout, and we'll call on you if we need more clarification on it. Thanks so much.
One moment. Members, anyone else should ask this witness question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just give you all a heads up in the audience. We've got 31 people remaining to testify. There are 4 people for it. Gives you an idea of other things. So, which is fine. Just a heads up. So I'm going to try and spread it out based on your geographic location, maybe to give some disbursement of where people's ideas are coming from. I've got several people here from Representative Alma Allen's district. How about Laura Longoria? Are you here? There she goes. I'm guessing you're sitting next to Bob over there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Got you as Laura Longoria. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
All right, well, thank you guys for staying up late. I'm sure it's kind of getting used to it now, as all are we. Okay, so voter registration is the first step that a lot of individuals take to engage in the democratic process and get their representatives elected. As we all know, this bill, by concentrating the registrar duties from counties across the state to the Secretary of State in Austin, distances Texans from participating in this democratic process and over-centralizes this process in what I see so far. First off, what the previous individual said, it gives an undue burden to, as it's written right now, if someone citizenship does not check out, they need to travel in person to Austin to bring documents or send certified mail. That brings up a lot of cost issues because a lot of people cannot afford to do that, take time off work, send for nannies for their children. It was hard enough for me to get here today to testify against this bill. Again, it is very unclear as to the timing of when an individual will need to register, if they might have an issue with their citizenship being checked out. How long is it going to take? How long are they going to need to submit their registration before election deadlines? This essentially further entrenches the voter registration aspect of voting into this confusing, convoluted government bureaucracy that I know we're not big fans of here in Texas. So I am strongly against this bill. And the question was asked earlier that I think this committee and the author need to reflect on more because I do not feel as though it was answered clearly at all. Why do we need this bill? How many of our tax dollars will be spent on it? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is just hypothetical. If when I call you up, Bob Longoria, if you felt like your daughter did an excellent job.
How do you know he's my father?
Whoa. I want you to know that 9:48 p.m. at night, we really appreciate your humor. It helps bring things in. But Mr. Longoria, would you mind passing, or would you like to testify as well?
Yes.
All right, come on up. Chair calls up Mr. Bob Longoria. I'm going to be doing this some more. I've got like 8 of you guys here from Gina Hinojosa's district, so we'll see which one will.
I'd like to ask my
represent her.
daughter first who she thinks the father, your father. Okay, well.
I got you down here as Bob Longoria on behalf of yourself.
Right.
You are not for this bill. Is that correct? You're against the bill.
Against the bill. Against.
Okay. Please proceed.
Well, just a few brief remarks because I know you guys have been at this for a long time. Just 4 points. I think the current system works, and I think within Representative Milliken's bill, I don't see any provision for a provisional ballot. And I think that's a very important thing to consider before you implement this kind of structure on the process. I don't know if he's going to address this or not. Number 3, let's see. It's going to take a lot of money to do this. I think Representative Beckley said $50 billion was 55, okay. And
Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
You're
sorry.
6 feet away. We're behind glass.
Okay, I got it.
Right. I'm just your voice.
Plus, you have an awesome mustache to get to see.
Yeah, you can show that off.
Thank you. First was the current system works. Second was provisional ballots. I don't think that they have been adequately addressed at all in this bill. The third point was there's too much money being spent for this bill, and for Republicans to put this on the table for $55 million, I think they got to take another look at what they believe in. If small government is part of this process, let's get back to that. Let's dilute the government. Let's put it at the local level and put authority at the local level with these volunteer registrars. What kind of an introduction are we giving our kids to government when we take this away from them and put it at the Secretary of State to deal with? And lastly, we've been interfering as the Texas government, that kind of we, with trust. Trust. The people don't trust this government. And to put another layer of unnecessary, expensive bureaucracy on top of it, it's just not called for. This on top of the ERCOT fiasco. I don't know if that's been settled. So, and that's.
I can't speak to that, sir. We're an elections committee right now.
Okay.
But thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Members, any questions for Mr. Longoria? Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
One question.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Any relation to our good friend and colleague, Oscar Longoria?
Not if he owes you money.
No. But I was hoping you could make good on the debt.
Thank you. No, I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Longoria. All right, on deck, I'm going to tell you all about something. These are all from Representative Gina Hinojosa's district. We're going to try and spread it out. I've got Karen Collins, Charlie Bonner, Rania Lewis, and Vanessa McDougal. I need y'all to box it out and see which one of y'all are going to come up here. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody can. What's your name, ma'am?
Rania Lewis.
Who did I call first? Karen Collins?
Correct.
All right, come on up, Ms. Collins.
Karen Collins. I'm representing myself, and I'm against this bill.
Excellent.
So the Secretary of State's assured us that Texas, there's been no evidence of any voting or voter registration
That's what we've
systems
heard.
are sound. Even though our system is safe and sound, we know that it's difficult to vote here, and that difficulty begins with registering to vote. I can tell you out here in the real world, when I go to meet people in my neighborhood that are moving in from out of state, they find our registration system to vote bewildering. Texas is one of only 11 states without online voter registration. Texas has been creative to deal with this archaic system by deputizing citizens, volunteers like me, to go where people are, to register them to vote. And VDRs go where people go. So I can go to a tractor pull, I can go to the rodeo, I can go to the swimming pool, I can go to the farmer's market, and I can help register people where they are. And we do not know, and we don't care how people are going to vote. We want to register people to vote, and we register hundreds of thousands of people to vote in Texas. So as a trained volunteer, I want to do the best for my neighbors and for my state, and this is something I can do. This is a volunteer effort. I'm not paid in any way, so my time and my labor is a gift to the state of Texas, and it's something that I can do. So until this legislature, this state government makes voter registration online, then I think you would be making a terrible mistake to get rid of volunteers like me.
Mm-hmm. Did we have volunteer registrars before we had the internet?
I don't know.
Was it burdensome before we had the internet?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have to have a driver's license going to those places that you go to register voters?
I have to be approved. I go through training. I have to be approved to be a deputy registrar.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service and doing what you do. I'll have a bill, hopefully I'll have this hearing on deputy voter registrars. Now we do this process, but I agree with you. It's important that we give everybody the opportunity to vote. Thank you for what you've done, and hopefully what you'll continue to do. So
Thank you.
I want to say hi and thanks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair calls Renee Lewis.
Hello, my name is Rania Lewis.
Ronnie Lewis, I've got you here on behalf of yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Please proceed.
correct. All right. While I have many titles, which include first generation, legislative aide, and soon to be college graduate, the title I hold closest near to my heart is Volunteer Deputy Registrar, aka VDR. I began my college journey in 2018 at the peak of the electoral season and quickly became to notice that I was only one of the few students at my university who's registered to vote. A fortunate event afforded to me through a high school VDR program. Though I had a full course load of 6 classes and was working over 45 hours at my full-time job, I took it upon myself to attend a training during my own lunch break to become a VDR. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, I've been able to register over 3,200 college students at St. Edward's University, UT Austin, ACC, and Texas State University. At my university alone, St. Edward's University, I was able to register 1,400 students. To put that into perspective, I was able to register 33% of the student body population at the time. I registered just about every type of student, from those who had just turned 18 to those who had returned to school at age 60. While my efforts were focused on students, I registered professors, event speakers, gardeners, and even touring families. As a VDR, I have no political agenda, no partisan intentions, nor any stakes in the elections. I am simply here to help individuals exercise their right to vote. As representatives of your constituents, your goal should be to protect and serve them, including those who seek to fill the gaps that are left behind. The countless hours of training, both required and optional, the countless miles walked around the college campuses under the Texas forgiving sun, and the countless interactions with students who are eager to vote but failed by their own system should be enough to answer why this bill seeks to only fuel the problem at hand. This is not a solution. This is not a political stance. This is not a job that can only be fulfilled by the Secretary of State. I urge you to vote against HB 1026.
Thank you, ma'am. 1,400 registrations. That's impressive. I was a VDR one time. I think I did like 12.
Yes, that was just at my university alone, so 3,200, over 3,200 at this point.
That's excellent.
Thank you.
Hope someone gave you an award or something.
I wish.
That's all I
Thank
have.
you. I don't even talk to like 1,400 people.
I was just going to thank her for registering 3,200 Texans. That's awesome.
Impressive. Thank you. Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
I just wanted to thank you for all your work you did, and every other VDR that's in here and who has contacted my office since the day this bill got put in there. We are listening, and hopefully we can either fix this bill. I don't know that it is fixable. It's probably a shredder.
Yep.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? I miss you being my desk mate. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you.
At this time, the chair is going to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Gonzalez. Ask first, what is his? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, where's the from there? See the script. Go for it. Oh, is it right here? Well, she can't fuck it up too bad. That's what this bill is. Yeah. I just need to keep moving. I've already put it right here. It wasn't her. So it goes to elevated. I know. Just lay on my back and take it. Okay, next the chair calls David Carter, representing himself. Is Mr. Carter here? No. Is Bill Sargent here?
Bill Sargent from Galveston County. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I'm in support of the bill. I have seen a copy of a draft committee substitute, and I like it a lot better than the bill that was filed. The bill that was filed would have required the Secretary of State to hire hundreds of people and to acquire space for them to house them. The substitute allows the Secretary of State to determine what county voter registrars should do and what the Secretary can do better. This approach also reduces the fiscal note associated with the bill as filed. I really like Section 217, which gives the Secretary of State authority to determine the level of payments to a county voter registrar based upon the performance and compliance with their compliance with the election code. If this means more funds for outstanding performance, I'm all for it. Finally, Section 3.03 authorizes the Secretary of State to suspend employment of an election administrator if there is cause to believe that he or she has intentionally violated the election code. Well, all the nonsense we saw going on in the 2020 election, especially in Harris County, this authority needs to be done, especially if it's funded by high tech. We can no longer have agenda-driven elections. We need free, fair, and honest elections here in Texas, not political cronyism or elections driven by people with an agenda. This bill helps go in that direction. Let's put a stop right now and favorably report this bill to the floor. And I might add also, based on what I've heard from previous witnesses, federal law does allow the registrar to check the citizenship of a potential voter or an applicant if there is a reason if the person's registration. If the person's citizenship is in question. So if they don't give you a TDL or identification number or a social security number, there's no way of knowing or checking whether that person is a citizen or not. We had a person in Galveston County who voted in 6 elections who was not a citizen. Didn't catch him until they were called to jury duty and said they couldn't serve in jury duty because they weren't a citizen. Bottom line is the volunteer system is not working. We need to have that checked, and the Secretary should be allowed the authority to do that, and is allowed that authority under the federal code. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we still have this? All right. Do we have a Charlie Bonner here?
There is not a committee, so there's not a committee.
Yeah, she called you before.
Susana Carranza?
No, but call Vanessa.
Yeah.
You call Vanessa first.
I'm just saying there's not a
Who?
committee, so there's not so many.
Vanessa?
I'm guessing what he's saying is he's probably working on the bill.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
I'm Susanna.
All right. Well, next, the chair calls Vanessa McDougal.
He said he's working on one, but he doesn't.
If you could please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're for or against the bill.
My name is Vanessa McDougal. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking against the bill. I have been a volunteer deputy registrar in Travis and Williamson counties since 2017. I also served as an election judge in the July and November 2020 elections. VDRs serve an important role in the community. Many hardworking, honest Texans are not paperwork-oriented and do not proactively think about registering to vote when they move to a new home, a new county, or when they turn 18. VDRs help these people register to vote, which is important because I know we've all heard a lot about voter fraud today, but an election where a significant part of the population is excluded from voting just because they're not great with paperwork is also not a free and fair election that people can have confidence in. I have volunteered through the League of Women Voters First Vote program at neighborhood festivals, at work, and I've gone door to door. And I've been able to register many people who had not previously been thinking on their own about how to register. And in 2020, this activity stopped almost completely because of COVID. And we received a frightening glimpse into a Texas without VDRs. When I worked the polls in November, I had to turn away over 24 voters who were either still registered in their previous county of residence. I didn't realize they had to change it, or they had attempted to mail in a voter registration and it was rejected for some reason. And sadly, I had to turn away those 25 people. One of them had moved within Austin, but to the little bit in Williamson County and didn't realize she had to re-register. Texas's voter registration rules are difficult for many people to navigate. We don't have online voter registration, and we require people to re-register when they move to a new county. Please do not eliminate VDRs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? No? Thank you. And just being mindful of those who travel to testify, is there anybody here that travel from out of town? Okay, what is y'all's name? Richard. I'm sorry, Richard what, sir? Marcus. All right, well, next the chair calls Richard Marcus. I don't see him.
Thank you very much for hearing me. My name is Richard Marcus. I'm from Dallas.
Give me just a second, sir.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Marcus, if you can tell us who you're representing and where you are on the bill.
I represent myself and march to the polls. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
And are you for or against?
I'm very much against.
Thank you.
March to the Polls is a group of 2,500 VDRs. In Dallas County, we, in our membership, have over 60% of all VDRs. In Dallas County, we work very closely with the Dallas County Elections Department, Tarrant County Elections Department, Denton County Elections Department, and Collin County Elections Department, which is the Metroplex. We've registered about 45,000 citizens in the Metroplex, primarily in Dallas County, but we're most proud of our concentration on young people. We're the official register for the Dallas Independent School District, Carrollton Independent School District, Richardson Independent School District, Garland Independent School District, Duncanville Independent, and we register students in the classroom. But we don't only register the students, we educate the students. We talk to the students. We don't care if we're registering Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, whatever. All we want to make sure is they can exercise their God-given right to vote in this country. So the repeal of Chapter 13 of Chapter 8 is, if I could write a bill myself, and I consider myself pretty good at the English language, I don't think I could write a more onerous voter suppressive bill. It's suppressive to blacks, Hispanics, the poor, and the youth. But more than that in this bill, there are other clauses that I don't know if it's just he didn't know how to write or what it is that I don't understand. It has changes the Secretary of State had to print applications. It said in the old bill, the Secretary of State had to print the applications, the voter registration applications, and distribute them out. This bill says he no longer has to print them. I would like to ask him, who's going to print them? How will we get the applications to register people? It goes on, and that was, I think, in 13-121. In 1868, it gives him the right, the Secretary of State, to purge the rolls. That's fine. But the old section said he could purge them if someone's not a citizen, is illegal, a whole series of things in which they could purge. This gives the Secretary of State the right to purge on his whim. Typically, when you're going to write something legal, you state what can be. This doesn't do that. You got to read the language. It's just repulsive. He can reject a registrant when they are approved by the Department of Public Safety. He still has the right to question it. And what does he do? He asks for the same paperwork that the DPS already has or gave the approval on. It only does one thing. It extends the time under which someone gets to be able to vote. So if they go 30, 60, 90 days, 120 days in front, maybe they just won't get to vote that election because it's really not important. So it becomes selective. That is just voter suppression. It goes on. Used to say 30 days from the time of submission. Now he's written it's 30 days after approval. And after all these things, I think someone else admitted that. Again, you're talking about how long does it take for someone to be able to register to vote? It's just repulsive. A person, when they're applying to for registration, must submit their birth certificate and all the other things. I thought the DPS did that. The Registrar does all that. Why put them through that? And the expense of it being certified and the other documentation, that's just to discourage someone to go through the process of registering to vote. These are all things that just are repulsive to me. So if I sound passionate about it, I really am.
Sir, well, let's see. Do any members have any questions? And thank you for all the work.
I'm sorry. Just one more thing.
Sure. Go ahead.
The bill 20, I think it's 065, said that the DPS must timely deliver the applications to the registrar. He abolishes that. I mean, how much time do you want to give them? A year, 2 years? I mean, it's ridiculous. You need to read the language of the bill to find out what is going on here. I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do any members have any questions for the witness? No. Thank you, sir, for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
And there's a gentleman that said he was from out of town as well in the back. Is anybody else here that is traveling from out of town? What's your name, ma'am?
Fatima Menendez.
Okay. All right. Next, the chair calls. You said Fatima Menendez.
Hello. Vice Chair Gonzalez, members of the committee. My name is Fatima Menendez, and I am a legislative staff attorney with MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. MALDEF is the nation's leading legal organization that works to protect the civil rights of Latinos in the United States.
And your position on the bill?
I am against.
Thank you.
MALDEF opposes House Bill 1026. My testimony today will focus on specific provisions of the bill, but we oppose the bill in its entirety. Section 4 requires the Secretary of State, as a condition of approving the registration application, to compare the applicant's information against the Texas Department of Public Safety records on citizenship. If there is a DPS record showing the applicant is not a U.S. citizen, the Secretary of State will require the applicant to provide documentary proof of citizenship. This means that a voter registration applicant's current sworn statement on her registration application that she is a U.S. citizen will be overridden by any outdated record at DPS that shows that this individual provided a permanent resident immigrant card on her last visit to renew her driver's license. Because Texas driver's licenses are valid for a period of 6 years, HB 1026 will trigger rejection of voter registration applications for almost all newly naturalized U.S. citizens. Section 4 thus violates federal laws by singling out naturalized U.S. citizens for greater burdens in the registration process. If the legislature enacts Section 4 of House Bill 1026, Texas will also violate its legal obligations under the April 2019 settlement agreement, and Texas will be sued again. Section 12 requires voter registration applicants at the DPS office to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship as a condition of registration. Sections 4 and 12 contradict and are preempted by the National Voter Registration Act. Section 15 of the bill repeals a provision designating high school principals as deputy registrars and requiring them to assist students who reach the age of 18 to register to vote twice a year. This provision targets a substantially Latino population. For the 2019 to 2020 school year, Latinos constituted 50.8% of Texas public school students in the 12th grade. Latinos also constituted the majority of Texas public school students in the 11th, 10th, and 9th grades. Thank you for your time. MALDEF urges the committee to reject House Bill 1026.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? Representative Busey?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Menendez, I have one of the very same concerns that you brought up, and it is, and I just want you to help paint the picture so we can all understand it. But you talked about a new citizen may have at one point filled out a form legally, rightfully saying they're not a citizen, and you're saying now because they can go backwards and look at that data, you might cancel. Can you paint a picture of why that could happen, the scenario of how that could happen?
Definitely. So I can explain that and also explain the language that we reached in the settlement agreement with the state of Texas. So when a person, let's say it's a legal permanent resident, goes who is eligible to receive a driver's license from the state of Texas, goes to DPS, shows their green card, gets a driver's license, it could take between 5 to 3 years for that person to be able to naturalize, depending on the reason that they received their green card. That, of course, falls under immigration law, but that person could then naturalize, let's say, within 5 years. Because a driver's license doesn't have to be renewed until 6 years, that person could naturalize before they have to go back to renew their driver's license. In the state of Texas, there is no obligation that a person has to go back to renew their driver's license or to update their information once they naturalize. So what happened in the 2019 Texas voter purge litigation is that the settlement agreement stated that Texas has agreed to only flag currently registered voters who registered to vote before they presented documents to a DPS office indicating non-U.S. citizenship. So DPS has these records where they had legal permanent residents who got a driver's license, naturalized, and then those people later registered to vote once they naturalized. In the 2019 Texas voter purge, the Secretary of State pulled those people from the list, which were predominantly naturalized citizens, foreign-born U.S. citizens, and said, we have information saying that you are potentially a non-citizen and you are registered to vote. And so the order of which that has to be done now is what was reached through the settlement agreement. If a person registers to vote and then goes back to the DPS office and shows a green card, then that would be the situation where they could be flagged and asked to present proof of citizenship.
So we need to make sure that the legislation only looks forward. So if you register to vote, anything before that should not count. It's what you do after you're registered to vote.
Right. So then if you went back to DPS and showed a green card or showed some kind of proof of non-U.S. citizenship, then that would be what would raise a red flag.
Absolutely. I agree. I had the same concern, and I've actually talked to the bill author about that, and I hope we can look at making sure we're going forward with that, and so we don't run into that same problem that you just pointed out. I think a great example of how someone could be legally registered and at one point had said that they weren't a citizen because things change on that process. Yes. So thank you so much for that example.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Members, any other questions for Ms. Menendez?
I also have written testimony that I think will address some of the questions that you had earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Can I pass that to you? Thank you very much.
Next, is there anyone here that needs to leave to take care of their kids, or any other health concerns that people need to get out of here soon? No? Okay. All right. And I believe that I called Charlie Bonner. Is Charlie Bonner still here? Okay. Susana Carranza? Okay. All right. So the chair calls Susana Carranza, representing herself.
I am Susana Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf in opposition to House Bill 1026. It's funny that there's a part of my testimony that's almost exactly what the lady from MALDEF just said. I am a naturalized citizen. I lived in Texas many years before I was a citizen. I was a permanent resident for many years, and I didn't have to update my driver's license for at least 2 years, which is when I moved. So if that purge had happened when I became a citizen, which was like, I don't know, 18 years ago, I would have been for sure a victim of that purge. Because there is not only you're not required to update your record when you become a citizen, there is no mechanism that you just can call like, hey, DPS, I'm a citizen now, can you change my record? There is no mechanism to do that. And because of that, by definition, any new citizen that registers to vote will automatically be rejected when they check that record, and that will delay the registration. So it's essentially when you're trying to get a newly acquired right and vote, you completely lose that. I also absolutely despise this bill because I'm like almost everybody in this room, I'm a proud VDR. I registered over 500 people, kind of nothing, peanuts compared to the St. Edward's person. And one thing that people don't understand is that there's a percentage of the people that are always going to register. But there is those that have no idea of the Texas laws, or that if you move, that means you're out of the list. If you move even a little bit, you're completely out. So it's like people just don't know. And I'm also completely crazy about this change of effective date that goes from when you fill your application to when it approves, because then when does it approve? Like how many days you have to go ahead of time? So I completely oppose. Ask me any questions if you want. No,
Thank you, members. Any questions for Ms. Carranza? All right, thank you, Ms. Carranza. Next, the chair calls Glenn Maxey.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, here in opposition to this bill. I almost claimed that for old age I needed to go first, but a while ago. I will say, just as an introduction, that I have been a deputy voter registrar for over 50 years. Continuously, and I've registered probably somewhere near 40 or 50,000 people over those times. And I've done voter registration drives, coordinating deputy voter registrars who have done as many as 35,000 in a single day in Travis County. This bill has a lot of problems. I want to just emphasize the issue that several people have done about this, the issue of when a registration is effective. Hundreds of thousands of people register in the days right before an election in November. And having this be when they're approved and not the 30 days from the application will disenfranchise literally tens of thousands of people. And I really, in 30 seconds I probably have left, to say that we've heard a whole bunch of stuff about the inability of election administrators and voter registrars to keep these lists up to date, to do the list maintenance. Well, by God, it's because this state requires everybody to fill out a piece of paper, and these $50 million worth of employees and time every year is doing routine data entry and rejecting applications where you can't read the handwriting, or where somebody leaves a blank vacant when they fill out an application. If you're going to do this kind of thing, let's do it smartly. Let's do online voter registration and not be spending millions of dollars on data entry. Let the voter fill it out. Let it be correct from the get-go, because you can't make a mistake on an online voter registration form. I'm out of time.
Representative Busey.
Well, I had a question, and it was, what can we do along the bill author's goal of centralization and security, but along my goal of making sure everybody has access? You just answered it. Do you have anything to elaborate on it?
Well, I'll just finish by saying it doesn't really matter to me, and I look at this, whether those employees are sitting in county offices and doing list maintenance, or they're sitting in a state office building doing list maintenance. You're getting to the same place. This is a whole lot of hassles about who's employing who. We've gone through all of this stuff about punishing people for not doing their job on time. It's because we have them doing irrational actions right now.
Representative Maxey,
literally.
Online voter registration.
Online voter registration. Or for God's sake, we know that everybody who has a driver's license in this state is a citizen or not a citizen. DPS does a very good job of that. Automatic voter registration. Make everybody who's a citizen a registered voter. Let them opt out if they don't want to participate. That's even a cheaper way to do this. And then everybody has the franchise. Everybody has the right to vote. But no, we're making people jump through not one hoop, not two hoops, but a dozen hoops. And then we're putting state employees and county employees and Chapter 19 money to, like I said, I've taken a voter registration card from probably at least 30 or 40,000 people. I don't know, over the years. And I've read those things. And probably 1 out of 10 people I've said, you've not filled in this blank. I can't read your address. Do you have an apartment at that address? I do UT students sit on the sidewalk at UT every semester and register hundreds of kids. And they write down their address and they don't put in an apartment number. I know they live in an apartment. I see their address. If you were doing it online, the computer would catch that because you can have it matched to the actual data of what addresses are in a community. There are efficient ways to do this. We are doing it the most dumbass way that you can imagine. And I'll close with that.
Thank you. Any other questions for... Oh, you're not done.
Not done.
Representative Clardy?
Oh, you're not done yet. Mr. Maxey, thank you for being here. This is one of those rare occasions where you and I probably don't agree on a lot of things. But every once in a while the stars align and we get to the same conclusion for different reasons. And I appreciate your testimony.
I've never registered to vote on a horse.
Well, we can fix that. We can fix that. But I am concerned about this bill. I've said this consistently, I think, in my tenure in the House, that I'm not a big fan of centralized authority, that I do believe that those who stand closest to the fire fight it best, that local control is better than people in Austin thinking they're smarter just because they're in Austin. So, and again, on certain circumstances, you and I are going to disagree on this. But on this issue, and I know my district, and that's my job to represent my district. I have absolute confidence in the people who work elections, who register people to vote, and our elections office and those professionals that do that. And I do not see the wisdom in concentrating that authority into an agency in Austin, Texas, to singularly control how we register voters. I'm troubled by that. I don't see the fiscal wisdom in it, nor do I see the practical wisdom in that. What I see in my district is, and you can go from the university to different people, people are more comfortable dealing with something such an intimate choice as being able to vote, and dealing with people that they know and they trust and they have some knowledge of, versus some big bureaucracy that we would have to create to enable this bill. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that we would have to put into place to do what's being done right now across the state of Texas by neighbors and friends and folks that we know. And maybe you think I'm crazy on that, but does that make any sense whatsoever to you?
I think that was the most brilliant thing that's been said today.
Well, rarely do I say anything that anybody says remotely resembles brilliance. And I'm not asking for, and please hold your applause. But I would just say that we've got a good system in Texas, and I think the closer we can get it to folks at home who do the job of registering voters, because on this, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat or Libertarian or Green Party or XYZ Party, I don't really care. I think we all should want people to be able to participate in the process, and people who are eligible to vote to be able to vote, and that their vote matters and it is counted legally and properly. And I think that should be the mission of this committee. So I didn't mean to get on my soapbox tonight, but I guess I just did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Might like you again, Representative Clardy. Thank you. Any more questions for the witness? Next, the chair calls Stephanie Gomez. Stephanie Gomez still here? Yes. And I have a Steph Gomez and a Stephanie Gomez.
Oh,
Same.
I am both.
Okay.
Sorry. Fill that all out before I have to copy.
And you're representing Common Cause Texas, and you are registered against the bill, correct?
Yes, the Common Cause Texas. I have. Okay. Alrighty, y'all. I am Stephanie Gomez. I am here to register my opposition to HB 1026 on behalf of Common Cause Texas and our over 50,000 members across Texas. If enacted, the negative consequences of this bill will be felt by all Texans, but the most negative impact will be felt by Black and brown voters, first-time voters, and naturalized citizen voters. But I'm going to focus my testimony on the fact that HB 1026 will harm Texas's high school voter registration program. Voter registration groups and volunteers have worked across Texas to support high schools in their efforts to not just comply with the law, but provide Texas's students with the information they need to be active members of our democracy. These efforts are heroic, and educators should be celebrated for their efforts, and the high school voter registration law should be a point of pride in the Lone Star State. Since Texas voting rights groups began ramping up efforts to increase compliance and awareness of the law, compliance has more than doubled across Texas, positioning our state to lead the nation in youth voter turnout. And it's important to note that the Gen Z population, the individuals who are born in the mid-1990s to 2010, makes up the most diverse generation in Texas. Failure to support these students as they begin the rite of passage of becoming engaged members in our democracy continues the cycle of lower voter registration, turnout, and participation. Instead of hearing these voter suppression bills that would make it harder for young Texans to access the ballot box, this committee should focus on bills that support the democratic participation of young Texans. For example, HB 2202 is a bill that has been referred to this committee that would strengthen the HSVR law and provide support for both teachers and students. Young voters already face structural barriers when it comes to voting. By eliminating the provisions in the Texas Election Code that allow for high school voter registration, you're not only making it harder for eligible young Texans to vote, but actively working to set our state backwards. I urge you to oppose HB 1026.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Next, the chair calls Jeffrey Clemens. And you are here representing yourself?
I'm here representing the Austin College Student Commission, the Houston Tilts, and NAACP.
And yourself as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you registered against the bill?
I'm against it.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. The reason I'm against this bill is because penalties, purges, and preemption are not voter protection. Our Attorney General spent a very diligent 22,000 hours searching for voter fraud that they just simply did not find. And now this bill has, as Representative Beckley has noted, a $100 million fiscal note. I can think of a lot of things that we could better spend $100 million on here in the state of Texas than attempting to purge more voters off of the rolls and preempting our counties from doing their work, which they've done pretty well and efficiently so far. 1026 is going to make our elections more expensive, less efficient, and it's going to poison the well of our democracy. preempting our country's fundamental preempting our country's fundamental principle of federalism, which basically creates a power sharing agreement between all levels of government, from the federal government on down to the county level of government. Having counties take care of elections is how we're going to make sure that our elections continue to remain efficient, and that we continue to give access to people like those students who go to my university, Houston-Tillotson, here in Austin, Texas, which are many voters of color who would otherwise be disenfranchised by this bill. This bill is a massive, we're on the cusp of a massive disenfranchisement of so many young voters here in the state of Texas, and I would hope that none of the representatives would like to see that happen. As others have mentioned, this bill also violates federal law, at least as it's written here, and we have to deal with the bill as it's written here tonight. So I would strongly oppose the committee passing this bill favorably to the House.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Bruce Elephant. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. And you are registered against the bill, and you're representing yourself, correct?
I am. I'm the Bruce Elfant, Travis County Tax Assessor Collector and Travis County's Voter Registrar. Good evening, Madam Chair and members. It's good to be with y'all. I really welcome this discussion about vote. I'm sorry.
But you're here just representing yourself?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I really welcome this discussion about voter registration in Texas because Texas is 48th in the nation when it comes to voter registration. We're near the bottom, and that's nothing to be proud of. I wish that this bill spoke more about what we're going to do to increase our voter registration rates in Texas. Unfortunately, it doesn't, but it could, and I'll get to that in a little bit. I had 3 concerns about this bill, and I may be down to 2 depending on what the committee substitute looks like. The VDR piece, I'm very proud of our VDRs. I'm proud of the ones who are here tonight. Travis County has the best VDR program in the state, and y'all can ask me about it if you want. But I want to talk about the concern about the SOS assuming the responsibilities that 254 counties have at this point. Bringing the 254 counties into one huge big government bureaucracy doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I don't think that we get much more than we have. My thought was, well, maybe they'll meet some more deadlines, but I don't know if they'll have enough people to meet the deadlines for the different things that they have to do. They're going to have to check for more completeness of applications, verification letters, curing provisional ballots for the 254 counties in a presidential election down to the bond election. That happens at the local level between the county clerk and the tax assessor or the election administrator, election side and the VR side. I don't know how that would efficiently happen, and it has to happen within 7 days. Data entry, hundreds of thousands of paper applications has been discussed, would have to be set up. And they'd have to set up a huge training operation. The 4 people that Mr. Ingram spoke of in his budget wouldn't be near what they would need for their training operation. And finally, our constituents will lose the opportunity to resolve a lot of their voter registration issues locally. The Section 5 has been touched on, the change between submitted and improved. I think Mr. Maxey and a couple of others talked about that. We would have a lot of people on the deadline who would not be eligible to register and vote because it would be impossible to validate those cards within, hours or 24 hours. Finally, I just want to say that there's an opportunity here. Mr. Middleton laid out his bill, and he has legitimate concerns. We've talked a lot about online voter registration this evening. 40 states have online voter registration, 40 states. It's cheaper, it's more secure, it's more accurate. No business would operate the way our voter registration system operates in this state. No business would operate. So maybe the common ground would be to work with Representative Middleton's bill, and maybe he would accept an online voter registration amendment to it, and maybe we can get some of his goals taken care of, and we can modernize our voter registration system. If more people are registering online, it is more centralized. More of that goes directly through the Secretary of State, less to the counties. We're going to have less inaccurate applications, more security. 40 states are doing it. I don't know why. I'll close with this. Oklahoma is doing online registration, for God's sakes. Do we want to be behind Oklahoma? Come on.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well,
Members, any questions for the witness, Representative Busey?
just, Bruce, what's y'all's voter registration percentage in Travis County?
Well, thank you for asking, Representative. Travis County has a 97% voter registration rate. It's the highest of any urban county in Texas, and we're incredibly proud of it.
We're catching y'all in Wilco, though. We're doing good.
We welcome the competition.
You stole my question. We got to get coordinated in the future. I was going to ask, what can we do to make registering to vote safer, secure, and accessible to everybody? And I think you just gave us a great answer about online voter registration. And I agree. I don't think any Texan wants to get beat by Oklahoma, so let's get with it. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, Representative Beckley?
I think Oklahoma is beating us in cannabis legalization, too.
This is not a good day for Texas.
We might need cannabis by the time this committee's over with.
Oh. Members, any other questions? Representative Clardy? Oh, here we go.
I'm just going to speak up for our good friends to the north in Oklahoma. Texas owes a great deal of gratitude to the state of Oklahoma, because if Oklahoma did not inhale so deeply, Texas would probably slide into the Gulf. I want to be clear on that.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And then,
okay.
Thank you. Next, so I'll kind of just name out the next four people that I'm going to call: Aaron Gonzalez, Robert Green, Bradley Hodges, and Eugene Howard. So, if Aaron Gonzalez, is Aaron Gonzalez here? All right. Robert Green, Bradley Hodges. Nope. Eugene Howard. Okay, wait, hold on. She's already gone. Carl Jones. Sarah Lobowitz. Jared Lindsay. Dr. Candice Matthews. Julie Oliver. Jim Perry. Marlene Plua. Everybody's home getting some sleep. Jen Ramos. Oh. What's your name, ma'am?
Marlene. Oh.
Marlene? Okay. All right. The chair calls Marlene Plua. Here representing Jolt Action and herself, and registered against the bill, correct?
Correct. Hi, good. All right, sorry. Yes, my name is Marlene Plua, and I'm here to oppose HB 1026. Good evening. My name is Marlene Guerrero Plua, and I'm here in representation of Jolt Action, myself, and my son. I am before you today because I have the right to be here. I have the right for my voice to be heard, to be taken into full consideration and account. I am before you because over the course of history, thousands of brown, black, indigenous people have been the advocates and the protectors of our fundamental right, our vote, the fabric of our nation. Yet Texas lawmakers continuously want to deny our right to vote by filing bills such as HB 1026, bills that impose voter participation barriers. I am here before you because I cannot bear to stay at home silent while my fundamental right is under threat. That is no example for my son, a future voter. I stand here as a first-generation brown woman, the first in my family to vote, to oppose HB 1026, an anti-voter suppression bill, a bill that attacks communities of color, youth, the elderly, and the disabled by stripping the accessibility of our participation in democracy. Have Texas not been wounded enough? Have our communities not suffered enough through the pandemic? And now Texas lawmakers want to limit voter participation by eliminating volunteer deputy voter registers. At Jolt, we have many DVRs on our staff. In 2020, 80% of voters we registered in Texas were younger than 35, and 65% were first-time voters. Furthermore, more than 200,000 young people of color turn 18 every year. These voters would not have turned out to vote if not for the amazing work of our VDVRs. VDVRs are essential to our communities, and I want to applaud each and every one of them because they are the ones who are making sure that new voters exercise their voting right. They are the pillars of democracy, and now you want to eliminate them because Texas wants to make it that much harder for our brown, indigenous people of color, youth, elderly, and the disabled to vote. Does this make sense to you? Rather than banning VDVRs, lawmakers need to guarantee the voting rights of all Texans eligible voters by providing more options to voters to register to vote, such as online voter registration. Your duty as lawmakers is to us, the people. It is your duty to ensure that every Texan has the accessibility and opportunity to have their voices heard at the ballot boxes. I am here before you today not to implore, but to simply ask, do you believe in democracy? I know that I do, and as a voter and the mother of a future voter, I demand that Texas lawmakers oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, thank you. Yeah. All right, next the chair calls Jessica Ramirez.
I think you called this lady first, and I'll go after her.
What's your name, ma'am?
Jen Ramos.
Okay. All right, we call Jen Ramos here. Representing the Texas Democratic Party and yourself, and you're registered against the bill, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Election Committee. Once again, my name is Jen Ramos. I currently serve as the State Democratic Executive Committee woman for Senate District 21, which encompasses 18 counties from Southeast Travis all the way down to the border in Laredo. And I am testifying in opposition of this bill. I have served as a volunteer deputy registrar since 2012, particularly in two of the largest counties in my district, which is Webb and Travis County. I registered to vote before I even became a licensed driver and was personally registered by a VDR who came to my home. As a VDR, I've attended hours of training to be able to register voters and risen to the occasion because voting is a fundamental part of our democracy. I have registered people to vote at drag shows, concerts, on Black Friday, and even on first dates. This legislation would fuel the distrust towards the government that exists in communities like mine, particularly communities of color, and would put too much trust into the Texas Secretary of State, who last session attempted to purge the voter rolls, only to send letters questioning the citizenship of voters, including those with Hispanic surnames, or those who registered to vote at their naturalization ceremonies. I know this because my grandparents, who have Hispanic surnames and military veterans, were sent these letters. Under the current system of volunteer deputy registrars, we are trained to provide a form of receipt for those we register with a timeline and mechanism to inquire about your voter registration application. We do go through this process and do not need to be going through the Secretary of State to do this. Furthermore, HB 1026 would carry a fiscal note of $106 million in a biennium to remove the volunteer deputy registrar program across the state. To put this in context, with $106 million, you could purchase 28 commercial wind turbines to address the energy crisis in Texas. Or, if you wanted to get personal, you could build 88 Whataburger franchises at the Texas Capitol to feed the Texans who are here testifying on elections in 20-hour committee hearings. If the concern was to streamline voter registration and this process, we could discuss legislation to allow for automatic voter registration, or even allowing 17-year-olds to vote in primaries, as current law allows Texans to register to vote at 17 years and 10 months. I thank you for your time and urge you to vote in opposition of this bill, and happy to take questions.
Thank you. I think you just made us hungry with that Whataburger comment.
I'm just saying, if they're going to keep us here overnight, why not put a Whataburger at the Capitol? Call it What a Capitol, if you will.
Like that. Members, any questions for the witness? Representative? Any questions for the witness?
If Representative Garrett is hearing this, we could use a Whataburger at the Capitol.
There you go. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. All right, next the chair calls Jessica Ramirez, representing herself and registered against the bill.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Jessica Ramirez. I'm a constituent in District 2 of Austin and House District 35. I hear a lot of words being thrown around today, not a citizen, legal resident. I might as well just throw in natural born citizen, or we might as well just go to King Cruz. Voter fraud, voter suppression, it's really confusing. And you know what's really confusing is actually signing up to register to testify today in a world where I envision asking Alexa, please help me register to vote. The future is here. I can use my finger and face recognition from my telephone, and I bet we could do a poll or poll watch to see who has a telephone in this room that's geotagged on the Wi-Fi that I had to use today to register and testify my testimony against House Bill 1026, which last year the Secretary of State and the FBI certified that 2020's election had the highest voter integrity, which is also why every one of you were elected to represent the people of Texas, which has me wondering if these laws in this committee would have helped you purge or fulfill these seats before me. Why do I know this? Because I said signing up today was extremely difficult. Texas is 7th in voter turnout nationally, despite the exceptional amount of Texans who voted in 2020. House Bill 1026 imperils participation in passing along the flame to the next generation. The requirement that voter registration be mailed to Texas Secretary of State rather than continue our present ability to hand over the election county register, I believe, will dismantle the election commission's duty to expand the electorate to the constituents they are elected and paid here to represent. I follow your Instagram, Mr. Chairman, and your posts equating the right to bear arms with feminist empowerment rings hollow, and I say, in China, a fascist idea to control, suppress, and dominate the voiceless. In fact, handguns are coupled with the rise in domestic violence and the 22 mass shootings as last week with the work of, the relationship that wink, wink, nod, nod. Guns are amazing and feminist. After watching your Abbott and Costello act with Representative Mr. Schofield for several days, I'm really excited to see Ms. Jessica Gonzalez have the torch passed to her, which would be like passing the torch to voters when they turn 18. This bill will not only limit and possibly deny any enthusiastic high school senior her first opportunity to participate in our great democracy. I find it incoherent and inconsistent that their voter registration is secure enough to send my bill according to by mail according to House Bill 1026. But according to House Bill 3080, it would be mailed to a ballot that would not be secure. Which is it? I asked the committee how 9 of you chose to vote in the past election. How many friends or family did you encourage to register to vote? If you had the luxury or privilege to vote by mail, were you worried about your vote becoming voter fraud or voter harvesting or compromising the election integrity? In 2010, corporations were federally mandated to be people. So why not just let corporations vote? They're people too, right? So in these United States, let's not forget our military has been voting by mail for 160 years. So hearing voter fraud being associated with mail-in ballots is insulting to our active military and veterans and their votes. We easily forget how history repeats itself. I'll remind you, it's been 101 years since women were given the right to vote by men. 97 years since Native Americans were given the right to vote by white men. 69 years since Asian Americans were given the right to vote by white men, and 57 years for Black Americans. Yet here we are today about voter rights. In 2021, we are stripping away access for young voters and those who want to help make America great by encouraging new voter participation as volunteer deputy register. I used to drive the state of Texas in the 254 constituents selling liquor, which is an essential job. I've helped people register to vote. I've helped new citizens register to vote, and I'm not even a VDR. I just want people to play their part in democracy. And these bills that the assistant to the attorney general who's being indicted by the FBI hasn't even read, and it's 10 pages long. And I can't express how hilarious these fascist and communist China bills are.
But you're testifying on this bill, right?
Against this bill, 1026. I urge you to think about your children and your daughters and humans in general, not corporations, because these bills are bananas. And you may not get Whataburger, but I got your potassium.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back to help you work. Yeah, holla back, which is also appropriation. So, cheers.
Thank you. Next, the chair calls Jessica Ramirez.
No questions?
Oh, I asked if you had any questions. I don't think you're done yet.
He doesn't.
I do. All right. Representative Clark.
I think I signed up twice because I actually have a big, large phone that lets me register on the tablet-only formatted app that I had to be on the web. I had to be in this room actually on the website to testify. So that's really important that I filled it out twice because I can't even use my phone.
All right, Representative Clardy.
It's not so much a question as just a comment. And I just want to thank you for the bananas and for the bling.
Yeah.
Thank you for being.
You know, I got to twerk it to the polls because
it's 11 o'clock. A lot of folks have been waiting. As you stuck it out,
share
your feelings with us is much appreciated.
See, I thought he was going to ask for Whataburger.
But
I know.
Whataburger.
I do look like I would be the help, but I'm actually here to vote.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right. Next, the chair calls Susan Schultz. We have Susan Schultz here as our last witness on this bill. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 1026? All right, if not, the chair recognizes Representative Middleton to close on the bill.
You got this. Earlier than I thought. Yeah. Well, I don't think I didn't get a dance on the way up here. I apologize, Representative Clardy. I'm not the humor here tonight, but I think it's pretty obvious from all the testimony here tonight that starting with 18.061 of our election code, that the trajectory that we're on is more centralization of our statewide voter list, right? I mean, that is the trajectory we're on, especially with team system that was recently implemented, DPS, registration and renewal or application when you go in for your online for your driver's license. Real ID is another way. Obviously, that's a newer system in DPS where you have to verify citizenship through your Social Security card, birth certificate. But really, I think what this comes down to, and the question remains, is what is the best way to verify something all of us, all of us on the voter rolls are supposed to share, and that's Article 6, Section 2, where it's just two basic things we're all supposed to have in common here, and that's that we're a U.S. citizen and we're a resident of Texas, and that's really kind of it. And, I think a lot of that comes down to it needs to be in a single spot and in a single way for our whole state. And, obviously we disagree over how to get there, and that's what we're working on with the committee sub, but that's what this bill really is intended to do, is bring that further centralization into the Secretary of State, streamline the uniform oversight in our state's voter rolls, and also with list maintenance. And it helps make sure that, qualified authorized voters are the ones on the rolls. And that's really what it does. Obviously, there are a bunch of issues identified tonight. Some we were already working on, like the VDRs. We know that's an issue. We got to put that back in there. High school VDRs as well. And a number of other things. But, the intent of this bill is to centralize the system in the Secretary of State as that trajectory we're already on right now. So that's what it does. And with that, I'm going to continue to work on this with the chairman and members of this committee to try to get this right and come up with our consensus fix here. So with that, I close. No.
Thank you, Representative Milton. Any questions for Representative Milton? Representative Beckley?
I'm going to apologize because I should not have said that your bill belongs in the shredder. And hopefully you will.
That's okay. We joke about abolishing things all the time on the floor, so.
And I shouldn't have said it in committee. That should have been a personal comment, maybe. But I'd like to apologize for the.
Well, on that, Mrs. Hart, Representative Clardy is an attorney here, but I got a note in my car last week, and apparently the committee clerk is not a fan of this bill. She backed into my car. And I promise I will not retain Representative Clardy to represent me in that.
He wasn't in the.
It's all right. I don't know. Is it all right? No.
All right. Any other questions for Representative Clardy?
Unrelated to my representation of our poor, maligned, and horribly injured clerk of committee, but in all seriousness, Representative Middleton, I do always, as always, you and I disagree on a number of issues across the board, and this may be one of them. But I appreciate the sincerity. I hate that I missed your layout of the bill, but I'm just going to tell you, as someone who lives on this committee, I'm the one voice out of 9 that represents rural Texas and those small counties where people diligently take care of their voter rolls, and they monitor it, and they track it, and they also get out and they register voters. And it works so well in our world that when you say we need centralization, I will tell you the hair on the back of my neck stands up, because I am fundamentally, absolutely, completely opposed to further centralization and concentration of power. I think that's when we get farthest away from what this republic is about and what a representative democracy should be. The closer we stay to the people, the better off we are. And I will never waver in that belief. And so I know where you're trying to go on this, and I'm not I won't say insensitive. I'm cognizant, I'm appreciative of your position, but like I said, I'm kind of a lone wolf on this committee. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. In fact, most of the times we approach election issues, it is not R versus D in November. It is nonpartisan, but it remains fundamental to who we are. And what I want to make sure we do is we let everybody who's eligible and entitled to have a voice in our system of government, that we moved away from a monarchy 300 years ago for good reason. And here we are, and the experiment continues. I continue to put faith in the American people to make good decisions on a daily basis. And the closer we are to those people, the better off we are. So, Mays, I love you, but when you say centralization, I hear things from on the other side of the Berlin Wall, and I can't go there.
I'm from a rural county of 44,000 people. I thought I would have you on the removing an unfunded mandate, though, Representative.
No, it is actually it's true. You could shift the financial burden from our counties to the state, but you show me a program in the history where when we move things to the state or from the state to the federal, where it inures to the benefit of the taxpayer. Let's just talk money for a second. It doesn't work that way. It never works that way. And when we can have volunteers and people who want to do the right thing, like some of these people testify to, who are volunteer deputy registrars, who go out and, because they love this country, want other people to participate. I think that's a better system, having a paid, and I don't mean this pejoratively towards people who work in state or federal government. Please don't take this way. But who are, quote, bureaucrats. I don't know. I'm a, you go back to the days of the Revolutionary War. It was the militiamen that pulled us through. It wasn't the regular army. And so I think when we can have people volunteer out of the goodness of their hearts and their commitment to our country, we're better served. So anyway, I've been on a soapbox long enough. Now I can stay up here as long as you want me to, but let me, Mr. Middleton, give me your best shot. Tell me why I should vote for this bill.
Well, you know what? We're going to work on the committee sub, and I think a lot of the things we talked about earlier with adding back in deputy voter registrar VDR programs on that local level, I think you'll like. So.
Woo! Members, any other questions for Representative Middleton? All right. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there an objection? The chair sees none, and the bill will be left pending. With that, I will take my flowers and yield the gavel back to Chair King.
I didn't get flowers. Oh, bananas. I'll take a banana.
I've got plenty of bananas.
What's it say? That's genius. I really need a banana in a minute. That'd be really funny.
Hello.
The chair lays out House Bill 782 and recognizes Representative Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. Also, thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez and committee members. Home rule municipalities in Texas have fairly broad discretion when placing initiatives before voters for consideration. However, there is little uniformity in the processes used due to local elections being governed by each municipality's charter. I didn't say y'all all had to leave. I'm going to get my feelings hurt.
Good evening.
The first thrust of this bill deals with fixing misleading ballot proposition language. The Texas Supreme Court ruled in Reynolds Land and Cattle Company versus McCabe way back in 1888 that the language of ballot questions must, and I quote, substantially submit the question which the law authorizes, with such definiteness and certainty that the voters are not misled. In fact, that's exact wording that I've used in my bill. The court reaffirmed the decision in the Dacus versus Parker decision in 2015. House Bill 782 codifies that standard. In the 2015-2016 election cycle alone, the Texas Supreme Court decided unanimously to reprimand the city of Houston. I'm sure nothing bad happened in your area, Clardy. 3 separate times for using misleading language on their ballots. We need a third party unaffiliated with the local government that is presenting questions to voters to review language in advance of an election. This would prevent costly, lengthy court cases, therefore saving taxpayers money. Adjudication of the Rebuild Houston Plan enacted in 2010 is still going on after 11 years, bouncing back and forth between courts. In that case, Supreme Court Justice Eva Guzman called the city's misleading of voters in that case egregious because the city omitted from the ballot language the fact that they were massively increasing taxes. Kind of important there. A professor from the University of California at Berkeley wrote an op-ed in 2016 in the New York Times pointing out that many ballot initiatives are purposely misleading and discussing how there is an entire industry around writing misleading ballot measures and campaigning. House Bill 782 will allow voters to submit suspected misleading language to the Secretary of State for review. If the SOS decides the ballot language is defective or misleading, they could require the city to resubmit proposed language. If the city fails to correct the defects a third time, the SOS would have authority to write the language. I will note here that there is no significant fiscal impact anticipated, according to the LBB. Under the bill, a voter could seek a writ of mandamus in court to compel a local government to submit the ballot question with definiteness and certainty. In this case, a complainant could be awarded attorney's fees and court costs. If a city is guilty of violating this law in court, they would be required to submit their ballot language to the SOS for any proposition for the 4 years following the judgment. The second thrust of the bill fixes issues with petition drives that cities are using to kill citizen petitions for referenda. I will summarize the points. The bill protects religious organizations' ability to circulate petitions for recall. It also ensures poor handwriting is not a basis for throwing out a valid signature. These are all cases that have come up, especially in Houston, but Austin also. It requires the SOS to prescribe standardized forms and procedures and and protects the validity of petitions if cities choose not to use the prescribed forms. It also allows for citizens to use their own forms as long as they contain the information required in the official forms. Cities would be required to validate the petition and signatures within 30 days of receipt. The bill puts the standard for the number of signatures required to 5% of registered voters at the last municipal election, or 20,000, whichever is lower. Finally, it requires that ballot language be written like House and Senate bills by striking through text that is being removed and underlining text that is being added. This is about transparency, accountability, and good governance. And I did have a number of witnesses planning to testify on exact things, but they may have all gone home. So I would be happy to answer questions and reserve my right to close.
Thank you. Wonderful. The chair now calls up Alan Vera. Great layout, Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Chairman Kane.
There's a lot to clear up. I've got you. Go ahead, Alan.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of HB 782. The track record of ballot propositions in Texas is not exactly a shining example of clear communications and intent. Just a couple of examples. Dallas County, a ballot proposition which would shut down the County Board of School Trustees, was written with enough double negatives that a former Texas state senator had to spend money on an ad campaign to explain to the voters that a no vote actually shut down the school board. Silly. In Harris County, a ballot proposition generated by petitions by hundreds of ministers was so confusingly worded that litigation was necessary to make the language understandable to the average voter. The ministers didn't have standing according to the district courts, so they had to get attorneys and politicians involved to fix the language on the ballot. Cy-Fair ISD may be the greatest champion of all time for confusing ballot language in Texas. The sad fact is, throughout Texas, clear, simple, understandable ballot proposition language is not the norm. It's a shame that our citizens have to get lawyers to explain to them what a yes or no vote means. Voters deserve to know clearly what the ballot proposition says and what a yes or no vote means. We urge you to report this bill favorably to the full House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Excellent. Thank you very much. Marvelous. The chair now calls Tom Glass. All right, Mr. Glass, I've got you here as being on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I think this is a wonderful bill that should be bipartisan. Unlike some of the things we've seen so far, we've been kind of partisan. This one is bipartisan. And I think the reason for it is because every day I walk by this thing written in stone over here on the Days of Allah building. It says, all political power is inherent with the people. And it's part of Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution as well. And I think the initiative process in our city
upon their authority.
Yes, well, yeah, and for people, yeah. I don't know the rest of it, so I won't.
That was the next one.
Yeah, but so I think the initiative process that we have in home rules city charters is something that it embodies what is written there in our Constitution. But I'm a fan of Westerns, and if you know Western plots, there's just a few Western plots, really. And one of the standard Western plots is that there's always some big money guy who controls the local government, and the people are always having to try to figure out how to go up against the big money guy and the cronyism that happens and overcome it. And to my way of thinking, to a large extent, I have seen, by the way, I'm from Houston and I've watched the Houston battles, but I also do know people who live in Austin and San Antonio who I could classify as good government liberals who are really concerned about the development things that are going on, that the developers are getting subsidies that they don't need, and they're fighting that sort of thing and want sustainable development. So people across the political spectrum are using this process, and then the establishment is using tricky tricks to try to thwart it. This bill tries to fight against that sort of chicanery, and that's why I support it. So that's why I'm here.
Makes a lot of sense. Members, any questions for Mr. Glass? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
I just want you to know I've been chastised twice this week for using the word chicanery. Thank you for joining me. I almost thought I made it up. But I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair reluctantly recognizes Representative Clardy.
I just want to say, Tom, I'm glad you didn't break your nose. I didn't know what that thing was, and you walked up. I thought you were injured.
VirusShield.com.
Well, good. It looks good on you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think there's no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Faith Busey. Bussey. You should just change it to Busey. It's better. Faith Bussey. Because that makes sense, because he's Busey.
Yeah.
I've got you as Faith Bussey. You're here on behalf of yourself. You are for this bill. Is that correct?
That is all correct.
Please tell us why it's so wonderful.
Okay, so in 2013, I founded the Citizens for a Better Arlington General Purpose PAC and led a citywide petition drive to ban red light cameras before the Texas legislature thought it was cool, but thank you for doing that. After 180 very long, very hot, very cold, very rainy days, we had our signatures gathered and turned into the city secretary for verification. At that time, every member of our city council except one was very hostile towards our petition's goals. And the well-funded camera company pulled out all the stops to beat our grassroots, not well-funded campaign. And when the camera company's lawsuit failed to keep us off the ballot, the city was then forced to move forward with the election. But the way the ballot language was worded was confusing to many. And we spent the majority of our time at polling locations simply explaining to people how to vote for the outcome they desired. If you were against red light cameras, you needed to vote for the prop. If you were for red light cameras, you needed to vote against it. And after that win, our PAC fought 2 more campaigns against the city, one in 2016 to stop the Texas Rangers from using taxpayer dollars to build a new stadium, and one in 2018 to implement term limits. All told, we won 2 and lost 1, but we're unbelievably outspent. And each time, we believe the city council manipulated the ballot language and the process to serve their interests. This bill, should it pass, would level the playing field, so to speak, and take an often politically charged, naturally unfair advantage out of the hands of municipalities upon request, and place the responsibility of clear ballot language into the hands of a neutral arbiter. And because no matter how one might feel about the subject matter being placed on the ballot, I believe it's a principled bipartisan stance to think that when someone goes into the voting booth, they should absolutely be able to understand exactly how their vote will affect the outcome. So there are many other good aspects to this bill, and all of them serve to protect the petition process and the voters. So I want to thank Representative Swanson for taking this on and would ask this committee to please support it. And thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. A ballot referendum getting rid of red light cameras took place in which city first successfully?
I want to say it was Baytown.
Yes. So proud of my district. Byron Schirmbeck. Anyways, members, any questions for this witness?
First, a question for the chairman. What cities do you represent?
Baytown. That's one of them. Yes.
You want him. And Ms. Bussey, I just want to say thank you for being here. Thanks for wading through all of that, to say what you wanted to say. If we're going to have a home rule charter that allows for initiative and referendum, the citizens ought to be told fairly and truthfully what it is they're voting on, and then folks in the neighborhood who want to have their say shouldn't be outgunned by a bunch of big money that buys lawyers who obfuscate to the point where you can't tell what it does. And I appreciate your stick-to-itiveness. We see a lot of times the folks, kind of the aggressive folks, will come together and they have one big push, and maybe you can win once, and then they come and get you again, and you run out of gas.
Yep.
I'm glad you've stayed with it and fight for what you believe in, and thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Not that there's anything wrong with having to hire lawyers, but, but thank you, Mrs.
That's the problem.
Mrs. Bussey. Oh. Chair recognizes Representative Swan.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to say thank you, as the others did, Faith, and thank you for staying. And it was really great to hear somebody who'd had that firsthand experience, and I certainly want to thank the other witnesses who stayed this late.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls up Gerald Welty. Gerald Welty. I think he's left. Chair calls up Robert Green. I think Robert Green is gone as well. Chair calls up Jim Perry. I believe Mr. Jim Perry, are you here? Chair calls Bradley Hodges. Mr. Hodges still here? Shelby Sterling. Winner. Winner. Shelby Sterling, I've got you here on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. You're here to testify for this bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Absolutely. And I have written. Thank you. And thank you all for staying so late. I know it's that point of session, or I guess it's kind of been that point of session for a while now. And thank you, Representative Swanson, for how you laid out the bill. You actually took one of my examples, one of my favorites with Houston, so I'll try not to do that again. But I will try to keep this brief. But from our vantage point, this bill is really, really good and definitely worth the wait from 8 a.m. this morning. Texas can do a much better job of guaranteeing that citizens have access to a uniform and fair election system. And as some of my other fellow witnesses have pointed out, there definitely appears to be places where that's missing, and that is with clear and unambiguous ballot language. I don't know how many of you have gone to the ballot box and read a proposition, Prop A, Prop K, Prop whatever, and had to read it 2, 3, 4 times just to make sure that you understood exactly what you're voting for. I have lined out a couple of propositions just as examples in my written testimony that you now have. But even just today, in today's climate, we also had Austin just had their camping ban up, and it will be on the ballot in May, but it's already been through the Supreme Court, and they've had to fix that now because it wasn't what the petition referendum from the petition actually said. It was different ballot language. But this bill is really, really good, and for all of these reasons, we support this bill. We believe that you should be able to go into the ballot box, understand what you're reading, and be able to say that your answer is what you intended it to be. Thank you.
Excellent. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Wanda. Thank you for staying so late, and appreciate your example of, that nobody talked about the homeless camping issue. And did you want to comment on the Austin ride-sharing thing that was such a fiasco, and so many people said they could not figure out how to vote on that?
Yes, yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like that just happens way too often. But in the second example is the Austin ride-sharing proposition. And as I've spoken about this with some of my colleagues, you can read this multiple times and it's still confusing. And people I've talked to have read it before whenever it was up, and they still didn't understand it. And as you can see, it's worded incredibly poorly. And some might say that, it could have been an intentional manner to confuse the voters at the ballot box. Luckily for us, we still have ride-sharing apps that we can use in the town, so everything worked out in our favor. I love being able to have those in our town, so that's great.
Thank you to the legislature.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
All right.
Excellent. Did you put this together?
Yes.
It's really helpful. Thank you. It's kind of entertaining to read some of this language. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Members, there is a resource witness. Any reason we make Mr. Ingram come up? Can we give him a pass? Excellent. Mr. Ingram, keep your seat. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 782? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Swanson to close on her bill.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone who stayed so late. I think it's really important that we get this done. This bill has been introduced twice before, first by Representative Kemple and by me last time. It gets bipartisan support, makes it onto the calendar at least once. But this time we got to get it through because the cities are doing more and more egregious things. Thank you so much. I close.
Thank you. Well, I think it's not just because the city's being egregious. The people deserve to understand what they're reading. There is no objection. The bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3107 and also lays out the committee substitute offered by Representative Clarity. Clarity. The chair recognizes Representative Clarity to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. And I appreciate the opportunity to lay out the committee substitute for House Bill 3107. This is a bill that has been before this committee for at least the last 2 sessions, this being the third. This is what we refer to affectionately as the Secretary of State cleanup bill. We have resources witnesses who I will hope will be awake and testifying momentarily about the specifics of this bill. But I looked at this bill and I thought to myself, this bill can either be a 5-minute layout or a 2-hour layout.
2
hours. And I've gotten so used to enjoying the company of this committee that I think I owe it to each and every one of you to take my time and go through each and every one of the particulars of this bill. So if you'll bear with me, if anybody needs to go to the restroom, this might be a good time.
Late night snack?
I think we have a petition to request you
We have
do it
bananas. We have bananas, and
Please pass
Vice Chair
bananas.
has pretty flowers. We can dress those up. But with that said, let me say this in all sincerity, this is not a controversial bill.
Eating them in here.
The 3107 is the cleanup bill because if you look at the provisions, each one of you should have received in your Dropbox, I think 2 days ago, what I'll call the cheat sheet. It's a side-by-side explanation of each provision that's changed. And some of these things, I'm going to point to a couple of them, some minor changes. It's things like in Section 20, we remove a reference to magnetic tape records. We're not doing a whole lot of magnetic tape these days. This is stuff that's been carried forward for sessions just to clean it up. We change if we're at 19 blank, like 1962 or 1989 or 1999, when we all like to party. You go to 2000 with a blank. So there's these simple changes that we need to make. There are some substantive changes, and this is where I'm glad we have our resources witnesses with us. So for instance, we clarified the current statute to require an original copy of a person's registration application alongside a faxed version. So these are substantive changes, but they're not, in my view, controversial. Now, I will say this. When we get through with the layout of this bill and hearing from the witnesses from the Secretary of State, that I do not anticipate that we'll be voting this bill out tonight.
Why does it do that?
I sent to you a very detailed side-by-side comparison explanation and the committee substitute. I would ask each of you to take your time to review the bill. And Representative Jatan, I've never seen you this happy in my life when you're taking that banana. So can I get you some coffee or anything? I mean, this is good stuff. Michelle, I think you ate the whole banana already. Valerie, did you get a banana? Okay. So with that, as we say in the law, a smiling jury is not a hanging jury. And I see a bunch of smiling people. What I would ask at this time is, instead of me going through these sections line by line by line by line, I want you to take your time, read through the side by side, ask me questions tonight or later in the week when we do call this bill up. It's detailed, but it's really not controversial. These are things, and I will tell you, Chairman Click carried these bills twice. And these bills fail not because of her want of effort or her skill or her knowledge of the subject matter. In particular, that session, the bill failed because of it was fundamentally held hostage to other political things which we all know happen. So this is a very, very important bill because it's going to simplify our friends in the Secretary of State office to do their job and have consistency in the law. So I'm going to stop right there. Unless you want me to keep talking, I can keep going, but I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to
Yes, thank you. The member's time has expired.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there questions other than from Mr. Fierro?
The chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
I didn't know Cardi always on what questions.
So yes or no?
Anna.
Yes or no? Did you read this bill?
Absolutely. And I will tell you this, in all sincerity, yes, I have read the bill, both in the original form and the committee substitute. My eyes are still bleeding a little from the corners from reading the bills. It is mind-numbingly detailed, but it's important, and it is important. It covers a wide gambit of the election law, and so let's sometimes what we do is exciting and fun, and other times it is just the job that we have to do, and this is the job that I'm going to do. But very nice question.
Thank you. Anybody with a real substantive question for Representative Clardy? The chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Clardy, are you suggesting that our friends at the Secretary of State don't have or have too much work?
What I'm suggesting is we have a very highly qualified Secretary of State's office.
Yes.
And that these people have been sitting there diligently in their service to the state of Texas, waiting for an opportunity to weigh in on this bill, which is important to their ability to do the job that they need to do for not only the citizens of El Paso, but the citizens of Nacogdoches, or Denton, or Fort Bend County, or Dallas, or, well, wherever you guys are from. And I really do.
How are the horses going to be affected by this bill?
That's very good. But this is a bill that's important to Texas, and I will tell you, it's kind of like the Shelby Carroll, son of Texas, who designed the GT Carroll Mustang. This is a high horsepower bill.
Oh, thank you.
And it deserves passage and fair treatment. So with that, I would reserve the right to close, and I would defer any questions about the substance of the bill to my good friends in the Secretary of State's office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it. One of the best layouts I've ever heard. At this time, the chair calls Marcia Strickler. You don't have to do anything at all. But I do have a question. Do I need to clear that up if she doesn't testify? I do have a question. If you come up real quick, we should make this easy. And you can just say whether or not you support something or don't, okay? Should be easy. Just watch this. You can do it with leading questions, okay?
Can I have a banana?
You may after if you answer the questions correctly.
Okay.
I've got you here as Marcia Strickler on behalf of Wilco, We the People, and yourself, but there's one issue. There's one issue. I've got you for in one spot, and I've got you against. Which one is it?
It's a little confusing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So when I first read the bill, I was for that, and I found something in it as I was painstakingly
This is really,
reading
really
the bill.
important. But so
I am against it.
okay, thank you. So one moment. We're going to have to fix something, if I have your permission.
tell you
remove the
why.
1-4. So we're going to show you
Small.
against it. And so how about this? One more time. We're going to check this out. Your name is Marcia Strickler. You're here on behalf of Wilco, We the People, and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good night. If you want.
Can I tell you why?
Tell me why. Go
Just
ahead.
really quick.
Yes.
Small little thing that Representative Clardy could change. In section 87.101, you're wanting to repeal something that I think is very, very, very important. It's at the very, very bottom of the bill, I believe.
Okay.
In small print, container has to stay secure in the ballot board process. That little caveat there should stay in order to keep the integrity of the ballot box secure.
Don't worry. We're going to fix that.
Yep, you will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If Representative Jeton could get you your reward.
Any questions?
If you'd like.
Banana.
No, ma'am.
Is there really extras?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. This time, the chair calls up Dr. Laura Presley. Dr. Presley, I need to know, I've got this big question. Are you for or against this bill?
I'm against this bill.
Okay, 1 sec. We're going to remove
Okay, thank
the
you.
duplicate registration.
I know what happened.
Just some clarity. And that's to be honest, so I've got you here as Dr. Laura Presley. You're here on behalf of True Texas Elections LLC, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything? You got to tell us why.
Okay, I'll tell you why. I like the bill. There's just a few things. This is kind of what I would call a heavy diaper. It's got a lot in it, right? And I'm getting 2 recommendations. A heavy diaper, okay? I have 2 recommendations, and I'll make it lighter. It'll make it lighter, Representative Clardy, okay? So here we go. Page 21, line 22. Let you go there. Because I talked to your guy. I talked to Dylan today already.
Ma'am,
Is this? I'm using up my time here. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask a question because there was the bill that was as filed.
It's the original.
Committee substitute. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the committee substitute.
I talked to Dylan.
And I apologize. We've all struggled as members getting things from Ledge Council timely to put in front of you.
I heard.
We're not trying to hide anything. It's just the process. So were you looking at the original bill?
Original.
Substitute. Okay.
Original, sir.
I want to make sure I'm on
Yes,
the right
sir.
page.
You're wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So page 21, line 22. Now, I'm a big believer in the state constitution, and I love Article 1, Section 28 that says the legislature is the only one who can suspend laws. Y'all do the blocking and tackling to define the laws, and y'all are the ones supposed to suspend them, not the executive branch. Line 22 says any variation of the above instruction must be approved by the SOS. I do not support any waivers by the SOS at all. I'm a big believer in I believe it's unconstitutional, and I think that Section F could be removed. Second thing, similar to what Ms. Strickler said, the repeal of the 87.101, it's called Delivery of Ballots to the Counting Station. And this is about the early voting ballot board delivering the electronic system ballots without opening the containers that contain the materials. If the early voting ballot board doesn't deliver the materials to central count, who does? I don't think we want to get rid of 87.101. There are many counties that use this currently, and it is a chain of custody for the ballot board who takes custody of these early voting ballots and transfers them to central count. I think that's key. It would make the diaper lighter. Okay, the next thing, the third one, if you go to page 33 in the original, where you're talking about, and this, this is my mantra I've been talking about for weeks and weeks about counties that count the early votes before Election Day. What you could do in this section is add in the administrative code that says that you cannot tabulate the votes for early vote if you reveal the vote count. So the Texas Administrative Code 81.36, Section A5, I believe, instead of having some confusion with the Secretary of State's office on how to interpret the administrative code and ballots and votes and how they should be counted days before Election Day, I recommended to Dylan that y'all could put the administrative code language in here. Those are the 3 things. But I like everything else, and I'm grateful for it. Any questions?
Powerful. Thank you so much.
Okay, bless y'all for everything you
Representative Party
do.
does have a question for you.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Presley, for your testimony. And I think we've made notes of those. And I think we're going to have a resource witness who can address each of those 3 things. But those are good and fair points. And I appreciate you truly reading through this and combing through.
Oh, I do.
That come with us. Now, I will tell you, as a father of 4 boys and grandfather of 4 boys, I don't really like to think about heavy diapers.
I'm a mother and a grandmother, so what can I say?
So, but let's
It's 47. How many pages is this thing? This is huge.
But I do think this is an opportunity for us, not just to lighten the diaper, but to change the diaper. I think would be prudent and wise thing to do. And so I appreciate your.
I like it.
Let's address your issues, and we're going to come up with a clean diaper and a clean Secretary of State's bill, which hopefully will lead to cleaner and fairer and more equitable elections in the future. But
I like it.
Really good. I appreciate what you've done, and
I'm very detailed. I'm an engineer, so I read this stuff.
It's hard to go through. And
It
I
is.
appreciate you mentioning Dylan and Sloan Byerly, my chief, Dylan Castro, and they've been working on this bill. I also want to give a shout out to Stephanie Click and her chief of staff, Brian. And sorry, his last name escapes me this moment, but they have done yeoman's work for now 3 sessions, and they have worked seamlessly with us, and they know this thing backwards and forward. And our intent is to make our law cleaner and simpler and more understandable for everybody. And so, but it really does. It takes fresh eyes from the outside, not just in the legislative side and not just in the staff world. But I really do feel like this has been a very good collaborative team effort. So what you've asked of us today is not perceived as criticism. I perceive this as the way the system ought to work. And so thank you for being here, staying with us all this night. It's 11:40. Man,
It's early.
Get out of here this early.
We're early.
Can we stay a little bit longer and can we get some
No,
more
thank you.
bananas?
You're sweet.
Can we get more bananas?
I would say, Representative Clardy, you are well underway of keeping us here longer. That is very
You are.
Thank you, Dr.
question?
Presley.
I will, at this moment, I would respectfully ask the opportunity to close if I didn't do that previously. And
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I wanted to close.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3107?
Mr. Chairman, can we get the Secretary of State come up?
We could do that.
I just have a quick question for him.
Yes, we could do that. Let's think about it. Christine Atkins is being called up to the front.
I'd rather have Mr. Ingram just because he knows.
Boo, we get out the registering.
Mr. Chairman?
I would like Christine Atkins to come up here real quick, though.
While we're waiting on the
Yes, yeah, I agree.
I will tell you that I really do think you want to hear from Christina instead of.
I would like to have Christine Atkins here. Ms. Atkins, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christina Adkins with the Secretary of State's office on HB 3107. And I think there was a question about a couple of different provisions, and if I might take this moment just to address those 3 provisions that were brought up. The first one was with respect to Section 37 of the bill, and I can see why there might be some confusion there. I just want to reiterate the fact that our office doesn't waive, suspend, or modify state law unless there's some express authority that gives us the ability to do so. In that particular provision, if you're looking at just the language in the bill, it doesn't list all of the sections that are contained in that provision of law. When you look at the full provision of the law, you'll see that there is a provision there, a subsection, that gives entities the ability to modify ballot instructions if their ballot needs to be different because of the way the candidates are. That line saying that we must approve variations in ballot language was to ensure that entities that are modifying their ballots in order to comply with some of the required instructions there aren't doing something that's going to make it problematic. And so if they're going to exercise that option to make changes, we want to look at it because we think that that'll help prevent potential problems later on. So that's the reason for that language in that particular provision. The next thing that was brought up by 2 different witnesses was the provision, one of the repealers, which is in Section 94 of the original file bill, but it's now in Section 92. So that particular provision, it has been on the books for some time and should have been repealed a long time ago. And it has nothing to do with chain of custody or protection of ballots. What it's talking about there is early voting ballots in person. And it used to be that the early voting in person ballots had to stop at the ballot board before they went to the central counting station, if you've convened a central counting station. But that doesn't make sense because the ballot board doesn't do anything with early voting in-person ballots when they're going to be counted by a central counting station. So what that law would imply is you would take the ballots that are in the possession of the early voting clerk at that time, take them to the ballot board, and then take them from there to the central counting station. That's not necessary. They can go directly to the central counting station. Arguably, that's a more secure way of doing it because it's less changing of hands with the chain of custody of these voted ballots. And there's other provisions in the code with respect to the central counting station that offers the same kind of protections on protecting the integrity of these ballots and maintaining those locked and sealed ballot box containers. And then the final issue that was brought up was with respect to 870241 and about the revealing of early voting results. If ballots are counted and tabulated early, there is already a provision in state law that says that you cannot reveal the results until after 7 p.m. on election day. In fact, there's a criminal penalty attached to it if you do. So you do not need to add something there because the law already provides that you cannot reveal vote totals until 7 p.m. on election day. And so that's my response to that particular issue, but I'm open to any other questions you might have about.
Yes. I think members can give Ms. Atkins a round of applause. Please for being here and such a wonderful job. The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Just one quick thing, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I think this is brought to your office. It was just sent to me just to clean up, which is what we're trying to do. But Section 81. The new language is saying it points to, I can't do it. Yes.
Yes, I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
But the argument is that it probably needs to go to the Voting Rights Act.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. That there, what we discovered is that there was a provision. One of the things that we did was update citations to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just didn't understand the question.
Uokava.
I didn't understand what the question is that you're answering.
It's just referencing the question is it referencing the right place? Do we need to correct that?
That's correct. We do need to fix that because that provision that's there, it's just mistakenly has the wrong federal code citation on there. And apparently it was in 2909 as well. And so we absolutely have the right provision, and we fully support making that change. We reference the correct provision in all of our other materials, our reference materials that we have on our website. So it's an easy fix.
That's the only question I had. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks.
Members, any other questions? Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
I'll ask her. Now, you have to understand, I'm having a technical problem. My Dropbox has not been updated in this committee since March 18th. So it is not my practice to go into a committee without having read the committee substitute that we're on. And so I haven't had the opportunity to. So my question for Keith was going to be, we've worked together for 15 years. You know me. I've called you a million times on election law issues. You know there are going to be some things in here that are going to raise alarm bells with me that I am going to ask you about. Tell me what they are now so I don't go off like a Roman candle when I see them and get upset with them. Now, Ms. Atkins, I've never called you about an election law question.
No, sir.
You have absolutely no idea.
That is correct.
What in this bill is going to set me off when I see it. So
that is fair.
There's not a
that is
heck of a lot I
fair.
can do asking you that question.
I would agree with that, sir.
Thank you much.
Wow. Was that a question? I have a question real quick. So you're telling me we've got 2 incorrect citations in our code?
No. There's one incorrect citation in the bill where we were updating a bunch of federal.
What about the code? Do we currently in statute, election code, have an improperly written citation?
We have some old citations that are in an old format, and they need to be updated to point to the correct place in federal law.
Okay. But in your other documents, you cite to the correct place in federal law. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So you're ignoring what the legislature wrote? The legislature said it's to be that.
Well, in all fairness, in the advisory that we have on minority language requirements, which is what you're referring to, it's not really, there's parts of it that are based on what the election code says.
I'm glad we're going to fix
parts
it.
are on federal law. So
good, let's get it fixed. And how do you pronounce it?
Uokava. That's military and overseas ballots.
Thanks so much,
yes,
Christina. Anyone else? Thank you so much. One more round. One more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3107? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Clardy to close.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. And I was talking to Chewbacca about Chewbacca, and we will clean that reference up. Actually, I do want to thank the several stakeholders who have really worked hard scrubbing this bill, looking for it, and MALDEF particularly has found this problem. That will be fixed before we vote this bill out. But the committee substitute, I think, fairly addresses the other changes. We dropped a couple of other sections out, but I think it's an important bill, and it's time we pass this after 3 sessions.
Do you close?
No, because I really was wanting to get to midnight. It's the witching hour, and I do my best work after midnight. So if we could just bear with me But with that said, Mr. Chairman, knowing that you want to go home and you have a sore knee after your football extravagances of last night, I will yield the remainder of my time. I will respectfully preserve. I would ask that this go to the general calendar as opposed to local consent. So with that, I would appreciate the members' favorable consideration of the committee substitute of House Bill, which one's mine? 3107. And with this, I wish you all good night and a fond adieu.
Thank you, Representative Clardy. If there is no objection, is there objection? The chair hears none. Hearing none, the bill will be left pending, and the committee substitute is withdrawn. So hearing no objection, the committee substitute is withdrawn. The bill is left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and the bill is left pending. Members, this concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? I don't hear any. The chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House Committee on Elections stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.